Chapter 21-27. God Wilderness. This was definitely a legend in the demon sect. Countless young men were already invincible in the entire demon sect. Of course, the mysterious demon sect leader had to be eliminated. There was a record in the demon sect that no one had ever broken. That was when God Wilderness, as a profound life realm cultivator, killed a 5th-tier Eternity Heart Realm cultivator. Killing a 5th-tier Eternity Realm cultivator. How heaven-defying was this? As for God Wilderness, he was even more unfathomable. Besides, it had been a long time since the demon sect had seen him in action. It could be said that in the demon sect, God Wilderness was a godlike existence. Seeing God Wilderness, the immortal envoy and the left emissaries' faces darkened. They were wary of God Wilderness, but not afraid of him, because the south emissary was already on her way. And now, God Wilderness had appeared before her. At this moment, everyone seemed to have thought of something, and looked down at the endless abyss. Where was Yi Xian? He couldn't be dead, right? God Wilderness looked at the endless abyss and frowned. In the next instant, he raised his arm to block. A sword slashed down. Boom. The sword light shattered, and God Wilderness's arm trembled violently, then split apart, and he retreated dozens of feet. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above God Wilderness's head. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. And in that instant, the power of the myriad realms gathered in his hand. Then, he drew his sword and slashed. Instant of life and death. He had used all of his strength in this strike. As the sword slashed down, the sword light was like a waterfall, tearing the heavens and earth apart. God Wilderness's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his right hand. In that instant, a mysterious power suddenly spread from his body to his arm, and in the next instant he punched out. With this punch, the roar of a demonic beast suddenly resounded throughout the demon immortal realm. Countless demonic beasts were horrified, and prostrated themselves on the ground, shivering. Bloodline suppression. The moment the fist and sword collided. Boom! Yi Xian retreated explosively, and this retreat was into the endless abyss of time and space. And God Wilderness also retreated nearly 1,000 feet. Not only that, his entire right arm was completely split apart, but it quickly recovered. Strong physical body. In the distance, in the endless space-time abyss, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, his expression calm. He had forcefully withstood all the power of the Divine Wilderness's punch. Reverse compliance body. Although he wasn't a demonic beast, the physique that he had created was not any weaker than a demonic beast's. Of course, in terms of strength, he was still inferior to the Divine Wasteland. After all, demonic beasts had a unique advantage in terms of strength. Seeing that Yi Xian was fine, the faces of Wu Feng and the other demonic beasts darkened. They realized that they seemed to have underestimated Yi Xian's strength. At this time, the God Wilderness suddenly took a step forward. Time and space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles rippled like water. Then he clenched his right fist, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire demon immortal realm. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm your mind. Focus. The Qingxian sword in Yi Xian's left hand suddenly trembled slightly. At this moment, Divine Desolate suddenly punched out. Boom. A golden fist suddenly swept across the battlefield. In an instant, the entire sky was set ablaze. At the side, Xianyin suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, be careful." Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Damn it. I thought you were going to take it from me. Speaking of which, did Xianyin and Xianwu think that he was very strong? Neither of them were fighting, but they did not come to help. Instead, they chose to watch him fight with the Divine Wilderness. Asking for help? He really couldn't hold on to his face anymore. I'll take it myself. Yi Xian took a step forward and slashed with his sword. One sword sever. This sword slashed directly on the fist. Boom. The fist trembled violently, and then rapidly dissipated. However, the powerful force of the punch sent him flying back tens of thousands of zhang. When he stopped, Yi Xian felt his entire right arm go numb. That arm did not seem to belong to him. Meanwhile, Divine Desolate suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. At this moment, he felt like a few dozen mountains were smashing down towards him. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the Qingxian sword transformed into a shield in front of him. Boom! The Qingxian shield suddenly trembled violently, and a powerful force passed through the shield and smashed onto Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian retreated explosively with the shield for over 100 kilometers. He just stopped when a figure flashed over once more. Boom! Yi Xian retreated explosively once more, and the space he was in collapsed into nothingness. However, Yi Xian hadn't stopped when Divine Desolate flashed over once more, and then he punched out once more. This punch was even more ferocious and overbearing. Meanwhile, Xianyin hurriedly said, "Young master, be careful." Yi Xian almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. "Big brother, don't just tell me to be careful. Help me. Are you afraid of hurting my pride? It's fine. I don't care about face, help me." However, no one helped him. They were all watching him fight Divine Desolate head-on. Meanwhile, Divine Desolate's punch had arrived. This punch gave him the feeling as if it could shatter the heavens and the earth. And it was extremely terrifying. Yi Xian lightly flicked his thumb, and the Qingxian sword suddenly flew out from its sheath. One sword slash. Right now, he could only execute one sword slash because the power of that instant of life and death was inferior to Divine Desolate. Even with the power of the myriad worlds and the myriad worlds, it was still inferior. When Yi Xian's sword slashed down on the punch, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Boom! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and he instantly retreated explosively. On the other hand, Divine Desolate frowned because he noticed that the power of his punch had actually disappeared. However, Yi Xian's power of flowing time was unable to annihilate his right hand. His body was not an ordinary body. Unless he stood still, it would be impossible for Yi Xian's power of flowing time to destroy his body. Divine Desolate looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, the blood in his body began to boil. Boom! Bloodline power. Madness. Yi Xian's eyes turned blood red, and the space-time he was in turned into a sea of blood. Seeing this scene, Divine Desolate frowned slightly. Bloodline power. Yi Xian looked at Divine Desolate in the distance and said in his heart, "Xiao Ta, why am I still clear-headed after activating my bloodline? Damn! Can't you let me go crazy for once?" Madness. He knew that the power of the bloodline completely depended on how crazy he was. The crazier he was, the more terrifying the power. But the problem was, even if he completely activated his bloodline, his mind was still clear. Damn it! Is my bloodline fake? At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "I think your bloodline might have mutated." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Mutated? Xiao Ta said seriously. Yes. Yi Xian did not understand. Why would it mutate? Xiao Ta said indifferently. Maybe you are too shameless. Even the madness demon bloodline can't affect you. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. Young master, I have an idea. Although you won't really go crazy, you can pretend to be crazy. In other words, you can lie to yourself that you are crazy. Maybe you can. Yi Xian. At this moment, Divine Desolate suddenly said, "Is this your final trump card?" Yi Xian looked at Divine Desolate. He slowly closed his eyes and said in his heart, "I have gone crazy." After saying that, he suddenly let out a strange cry, then fiercely charged forward and slashed at Divine Desolate. Divine Desolate slightly narrowed his eyes and punched out. Bang! A ray of blood-red light suddenly erupted, and Divine Desolate was actually blasted 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, his fist instantly split open, and a strand of blood sprayed out. All the experts here were shocked by this scene. Divine Desolate frowned as he gazed at his right hand which had split open, and a trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. In the distance, Yi Xian was also struck dumb. What the fuck? I can even pretend to be crazy. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian instantly became excited, and he let out another strange cry as he gazed at Divine Desolate. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta, who resided within Yi Xian's body, suddenly said, "After the young master followed the bloodline, it has become gaudy as well. If this continues, the Yang clan's bloodline will deteriorate." The following scene caused everyone's expressions to become strange. They noticed that Yi Xian had gone mad. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that after Yi Xian went mad, his strength had become extremely terrifying. What was going on? Even madness can make one stronger? By relying on the energy of his bloodline and the green profound sword, Yi Xian was actually on par with Divine Desolate. Moreover, he even seemed to have the upper hand. This caused the expressions of all the experts from the demon race to become extremely unsightly. After all, Divine Desolate was like a god in their hearts. However, this Yi Xian was actually able to fight on par with him? Suddenly, Divine Desolate stopped moving. But Yi Xian didn't stop, and he charged over to Divine Desolate once more. Divine Desolate's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his body actually started to transform. In the blink of an eye, he'd returned to his true form. Divine Desolate's true form was shaped like a giant ape. His entire body was blood red, and his arms were like pillars that could hold up the heavens and the earth. After he returned to his true form, a ferocious expression flashed through Divine Desolate's eyes, and then he punched forward. This punch was at least 10 times stronger than before. 10 times. What did that mean? Bang. The blood-red ray of light in front of him shattered into pieces, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his shield. As he flew, he smashed through a few tens of thousands of mysterious spaces, and when he stopped, his body had split apart while countless strands of blood sprayed out. Moreover, traces of cracks had actually appeared on the green profound sword. The expressions of Xian Wu, Xian Yin, and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Xian Wu gazed at Yi Xian, who was covered in blood, and he said with a trembling voice, "Young master, watch out." Yi Xian, who was able to maintain his composure, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this, and he almost died on the spot. Chapter 21-28. Watch out. Yi Xian really wanted to stab that geezer with his sword. Can't you see how miserable I am? Don't just shout for me to be careful. Come help me. Needless to say, his injuries were really severe this time. After the divine wilderness returned to his true form, a single punch from him had almost obliterated his soul. It was too strong. Meanwhile, the divine wilderness was about to attack. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene, and then he gazed at Xian Yin. Xian Yin's eyes were filled with anxiety. "Young master, you have to watch out." Yi Xian's face froze, and he almost flew into the sky. Meanwhile, the divine wilderness punched forward once more. This punch headed straight for Yi Xian. As soon as this punch was executed, the world started to be obliterated. This world couldn't endure the terrifying force of this punch at all. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yi Xian's eyes when he saw this punch approach, and he was about to go all out and fight with his life on the line. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian, and she tapped lightly with a jade flute in her hand. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of countless people, that fist was forcefully blocked by this tiny jade flute. Bang! The space in the surroundings seethed and was obliterated, but the woman and Yi Xian were safe and sound. The immortal ambassador and left ambassador instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw the woman. The South ambassador. The woman before them was the South ambassador of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and she was the leader of the 3 ambassadors. The Divine Wilderness's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw her. "What? Does your Immortal Treasure Pavilion really intend to go to war with my demon sect?" The South ambassador didn't answer him, and she turned around to look at Yi Xian instead. At this moment, Yi Xian saw the woman's appearance clearly as well. She wore a dark green dress that was embroidered with mountains, rivers, and bamboo leaves. Her long hair hung casually behind her, but it didn't seem disheveled. Her appearance wasn't peerless, but it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Moreover, there was a faint smile on her face, and it gave others the feeling of a warm spring breeze. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young miss, you're really beautiful." The others were speechless. Ambassador Nan was slightly startled, but he immediately smiled and said, "Thanks." As she said that, she opened her palm and a pill slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. "This pill will help you, quickly take it." Yi Xian did not suspect anything. He took the elixir and swallowed it. As soon as the elixir entered his body, Yi Xian's body began to recover at a terrifying speed. Of course, this was also because of his bloodline. The southern envoy looked at Yi Xian and faintly smiled. Her voice was as soft as the wind. Your bloodline isn't simple at all. Yi Xian looked at the divine wasteland who had returned to his original body in the distance. Miss, can you beat him? The southern envoy shook his head. Yi Xian frowned. You can't beat him? The southern envoy laughed and said, he won't die. His physical body is extremely special. If he doesn't have a divine object, then he will forever be invincible amongst those of the same realm. Yi Xian immediately offered the green profound sword. Miss, you can use this sword. The southern envoy glanced at the green profound sword, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Young master, your sword is really special. I'm afraid the person who made this sword is invincible. Yi Xian laughed. It's all right. It's all right. She's just a little stronger than me. The southern envoy glanced at Yi Xian and said, Young master, although this sword is powerful, I don't use it. Yi Xian laughed. It's fine. This sword can transform into any form. The southern envoy blinked. Really? Yi Xian nodded and smiled. You're so beautiful. How could I have the heart to lie to you? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the immortal envoy and the left envoy immediately became strange. The demon beasts also had strange expressions. Damn, this human doesn't seem like a good person. A brilliant smile appeared on the southern envoy's face when she heard Yi Xian. Young master, your words are really pleasing to the ear. As she spoke, she picked up the green profound sword, and then it transformed into a flute with a command in her heart. A trace of surprise flashed in the southern envoy's eyes when she witnessed this scene. In the next moment, that trace of surprise transformed into shock. The southern envoy gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. Young master, can you give this sword to me? Yi Xian smiled and was about to nod. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao suddenly said, Fuck! Young master, calm the fuck down. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this, and he finally came to his senses. That's the green profound sword. It seems like it can't be given away just like that. Meanwhile, the southern envoy grinned. I was just joking. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the divine wilderness. Yi Xian felt slightly embarrassed. If Xiao Tao hadn't stopped him, he would have almost nodded. I'm a decent person, so how could I be bewitched by beauty? It shouldn't be. Xiao Tao suddenly spoke in a low voice. Young master, I suspect that if she had asked you for me just now, you would have given me to her without hesitation. Soul suddenly said. Don't doubt it, he definitely would. Xiao Tao was speechless. Yi Xian felt slightly embarrassed, and he smiled embarrassedly. How could I? Meanwhile, the southern envoy walked over to the divine wilderness, and she looked up at him. I've long heard of the divine wilderness temple master's name. I would like to seek guidance from you today. The divine wilderness stared at the southern envoy. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and punched down. As soon as this punch descended, the heavens and the earth collapsed. The formidable force was like a volcanic eruption that instantly swept through the surroundings, and the space-time in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was instantly annihilated. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings turned solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian frowned deeply. He looked at the southern envoy. Can she block this punch? All the experts present looked at the southern envoy. Under everyone's gazes, the southern envoy took a step forward. She picked up the jade flute in her hand and placed it in front of her mouth. In the next moment, a beautiful tune drifted out. When one first heard this tune, it was like a torrent of water pouring down from a towering mountain. It surged with passion and stirred the hearts of all. But soon, the tune suddenly changed, and it was like a spring breeze that slowly brushed past, refreshing the hearts of all. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. Everyone was mesmerized by the beautiful music. Everyone had overlooked the divine wilderness's shocking punch. Did the divine wilderness stop? Not at all. When his fist was a few dozen meters away from the southern envoy, a mysterious force directly disintegrated all the strength of his punch. His originally extremely terrifying punch had become a soft punch without any strength. The divine wilderness was horrified, and he hurriedly stopped and retreated explosively. As soon as he stopped, his fist suddenly split open and blood sprayed out. Not only that, his body and soul were actually slowly separating. His body and soul were separating. The divine wilderness's pupils constricted, and he was horrified to the extreme. He retreated explosively once more. And this time he retreated over 30 kilometers away. After that, he started to madly suppress the mysterious force within his body, but his body and soul were still slowly separating. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through Southern Envoy's eyes as she gazed at the jade flute in her hand. She crushed the divine wilderness? Indeed, she crushed the divine wilderness, but it was all thanks to the jade flute in her hand. Originally, she and the divine wilderness should have been evenly matched. But after Yi Xian lent her the sword, she realized that the jade flute transformed from the green profound sword had increased the strength of her divine ability by at least 6 or 7 times. Especially in terms of her soul. She hadn't expected that her divine ability would actually be able to forcefully separate the divine wilderness's soul. Heaven-defying. She suddenly glanced at Yi Xian, and realized that it was a waste for the sword to be in Yi Xian's hands. Should I take it for myself? Southern Envoy's face instantly turned slightly red when she thought up to this point, and she cursed herself in her heart. He was kind enough to lend me the sword, so how could I have such shameless thoughts? Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked over to her side and said, Miss Southern Envoy, why aren't you continuing to hit him? Southern Envoy withdrew her thoughts and gazed at the divine wilderness in the distance. At this moment, the divine wilderness's soul and body had been completely separated, and it could be said that he was at his weakest. Southern Envoy hesitated for a moment before she said, When experts fight, they usually stop at a certain point. Yi Xian was dumbstruck when he heard this. Stop at a certain point? Yi Xian's mind was buzzing. Why is there something wrong with this young lady's head? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, How are we going to leave this place if we don't kill him? Southern Envoy thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to him. As she spoke, she looked at the Divine Wilderness and said, Divine Wilderness Palace Master, my immortal treasure pavilion doesn't want to go too far. We just want to leave. As long as you nod your head, we'll stop at a certain point and each of us will be fine. What do you think? The Divine Wilderness looked at Southern Envoy with an incomparably ferocious expression. Stop at a certain point? Southern Envoy, your immortal treasure pavilion has looked down on my demon sect today. Do you think we can let this matter go so easily? Southern Envoy sighed softly. Divine Wilderness Palace Master, your strength and mine were originally evenly matched, but now that I have this divine weapon, if you continue to be so obstinate, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Although killing you will cause us to form a death grudge. Young Master Yi is my immortal treasure pavilion's honored guest. My immortal treasure pavilion has no choice but to protect him. The Divine Wilderness stared at Southern Envoy. Then kill me. Southern Envoy thought for a moment before she nodded. As you wish. Actually, I've long had thoughts about your demon core, but I've never had a good reason. Yi Xian glanced at Southern Envoy. Damn, this girl still has thoughts about my demon core. If she has thoughts, then kill her. She didn't waste any more time. She took a step forward and opened her palm. The jade flute in her hand suddenly turned into a beam of green light and flew out. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful note flashed across the field. In the distance, the Divine Wilderness, whose body and soul had been separated, slowly closed his eyes. He opened his palm and the ground in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a giant axe suddenly soared into the sky and landed firmly in his hand. Demon God Axe. In the field, a demon beast expert cried out in alarm. Demon God Axe. This was the #1 treasure of the demon sect, the divine object of the demon god. The demon god's eyes flashed fiercely. Demon God, help me. Boom. The demon god axe suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a red light suddenly surged out and entered the Divine Wilderness's body. Boom. The Divine Wilderness's aura suddenly surged. Not only that, his separated body and soul directly fused together. The power of the demon god. At this moment, Southern Envoy suddenly stopped. She retreated to Yi Xian's side and handed the jade flute to Yi Xian. Why don't you do it? Yi Xian. Chapter 21-29. I'll fight him myself. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Divine Wilderness's current strength had increased by at least a few times. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to defeat Divine Wilderness in his current state. Meanwhile, Southern Emissary spoke softly. The demon god's energy is a very mysterious energy. Devout believers might be able to obtain the demon god's blessing and obtain the demon god's energy. Now that he has the demon god's energy, we can't defeat him at all. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Then what should we do? Southern Emissary looked at Yi Xian. Flee. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Great minds think alike. As he spoke, he was about to flee. Meanwhile, Xianyin suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he bowed respectfully. Young master, there's no need to flee. My Mystic World's experts will be here soon. Mystic World's experts. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he asked, how strong are they? Xianyin smiled proudly. They're strong enough to sweep through anyone here. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Elder Xianyin, are you bragging? Xianyin smiled. Don't worry, young master. So long as my Mystic World's experts arrive, then any demon cult can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Destroyed with a flick of a finger? Meanwhile, Divine Wilderness suddenly laughed. What a great way to destroy with a flick of a finger. As he spoke, he suddenly swung the demon god's axe at Xianyin. Bang! Everyone present here felt a terrifying pressure when this axe was swung, and it was suffocating. Xianyin's expression instantly changed, and he hurriedly hid behind Yi Xian and said, Young master, this axe is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Yi Xian fell silent, and it felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through his heart. He naturally didn't take this axe head-on, and he hurriedly stood behind Southern Emissary. Miss Southern Emissary, this axe is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Southern Emissary suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched Yi Xian's face, and then she said seriously, very thick skin. Yi Xian was speechless. She took a step forward and opened her palm. The jade flute in her hand slowly floated out. In the next moment, the jade flute directly transformed into an emerald green shield. Countless ripples undulated on the green shield like water waves. At this moment, the axe arrived. Boom! The green shield trembled violently before cracking. However, it did not shatter. The jade flute in the green shield was not damaged at all. On the contrary, cracks appeared on the blade of the Divine Wilderness's Fey God axe. Upon seeing this scene, a look of surprise flashed in Southern Envoy's eyes. He looked at the Divine Wilderness and said, Divine Wilderness Hall Master, is your Fey God axe a fake? Shen Huang's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that his Fey God axe would actually be unable to break that sword. What kind of sword was that? Envoy Nan opened her palm, and the Qing Xian sword appeared in her hand. She smiled and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, Lady Envoy Nan, don't talk nonsense in a fight. Take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Envoy Nan approached Yi Xian with a calm expression. We can't beat them. This is the territory of the demon sect. There's a god monster in the Divine Wilderness, and he's spying on us from the shadows. Yi Xian frowned slightly. God monster? Is it the sect master of the demon sect? Envoy Nan shook her head. It's not the sect master. It's an extremely mysterious demon beast. It arrived here not long ago. Yi Xian glanced around and said, Why can't I sense it? As he spoke, he looked at Envoy Nan. Envoy Nan hesitated for a moment and said, Do you mind if I speak the truth? Yi Xian immediately said, There's no need to speak. I understand. Envoy Nan, Yi Xian said in his heart. Xiaota, can you sense it? Xiaota fell silent for a moment and said, Do you mind if I speak the truth? Yi Xian. Beside Yi Xian, Envoy Nan said, This is the demon sect. It's basically impossible for us to kill our way out. What we need to do now is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. This time, it was a Xianqi sound transmission, so only Yi Xian heard it. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Are there any reinforcements? Envoy Nan turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Don't you have any?" Yi Xian turned to look at Xianyin. "How long until they arrive?" Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, "Very soon." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Very soon? Are you not sure?" Xianyin smiled awkwardly. "It's too far away from here. I need some time." Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. No matter how he looked at it, this old man was not reliable. In the distance, divine wilderness did not attack again. He was somewhat afraid of the sword in Envoy Nan's hand. Even though he possessed the power of the demon god, he was still not confident that he could defeat Envoy Nan. After a moment of silence, divine wilderness said, "Envoy Nan, what do you think of the sword in your hand?" Envoy Nan blinked. "Very good." Divine wilderness looked at Envoy Nan. "You should know that it's impossible for you to leave with him and the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If I were you, I would take this sword and leave." Sowing discord. Envoy Nan blinked and seemed to be slightly moved. Seeing this, divine wilderness continued. "Miss Envoy Nan, if you really want to protect him, then you'll have to pay a very painful price. Moreover, unless all the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion come here, otherwise, you won't be able to protect him. As for the issue of him being a VIP, I think that you've already done your part. Even if you retreat now, no one will say anything. What do you think?" Envoy Nan thought for a moment and said, "I have to say what you said does make sense." Yi Xian suddenly pulled on Envoy Nan's sleeve and said, "Do you like this sword?" Envoy Nan nodded vigorously. Yi Xian smiled. "One day, I'll get my sister to tailor one for you." Envoy Nan looked at Yi Xian unhappily. "Do you really think that I'll listen to him and leave? What kind of person do you think I am?" Hearing that, Yi Xian felt ashamed and guilty. Just as he was about to speak, Envoy Nan suddenly said, "One day, introduce your sister to me. It doesn't matter if it's a sword or not. The main thing is that I like to make friends." Yi Xian. From afar, Divine Wilderness suddenly said, "Since Miss Envoy Nan isn't willing to leave, then stay here forever." Just as his voice fell, the faraway end of the mountain range suddenly shook. The next moment, two huge demonic beasts broke out of the mountain. At first glance, they covered the sky and the sun, extremely terrifying. 6th-stage realm demonic beasts. Beside Yi Xian, Envoy Nan's face sunk. "They're choosing to gang up on us." At this moment, Divine Wilderness suddenly said, "Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive." Just as his voice fell, the 10 great demon kings directly led the experts behind them and charged towards the experts from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The other 3 palace masters also surrounded them, together with the 2 huge demonic beasts that had just appeared. At this moment, Yi Xian's side was at an absolute disadvantage. After a moment of silence, Envoy Nan looked at Xianyin. "Old man, how long more before your men arrive?" Xianyin wanted to say something but stopped. Envoy Nan frowned slightly. "You don't know?" Xianyin nodded. Envoy Nan asked, "Then what do you know?" Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, "I only informed the profound world, but as for who they sent, I don't know." Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Where's my mother?" Xianyin looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. "Mistress, I don't know." Yi Xian almost collapsed. "My God." Envoy Nan also had a headache. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "What rank do you belong to in the profound world?" Xianyin hesitated for a moment and said, "Not bad, not bad." Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young mistress, why don't we run? That old man doesn't seem like a reliable person." Yi Xian nodded in deep agreement, and then he looked at Envoy Nan. "Should we run?" Envoy Nan fell silent for a moment and said, "We can't." As she spoke, she opened her palm and a command token appeared in her hand. Envoy Nan slowly closed her eyes. "Save me." As soon as she finished speaking, the command token suddenly shot into the sky and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. In the next moment, an enormous black vortex suddenly appeared in the depths of the starry sky. In the distance, Shen Huang raised his head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was quite fearful of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion because it was very strong. But that was only secondary. The most important thing was that it was very rich. With money came people. Moreover, even the demon sect didn't know the true strength of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, Envoy Nan had obviously called for help again. Just at this moment, 12 people suddenly rushed out from the black vortex. All 12 of them were dressed in white battle armor, holding silver spears in their hands, and their bodies emitted an extremely terrifying murderous aura. All 12 of them were actually 6th-stage realm experts. Seeing this scene, Shen Huang's face instantly sunk. Immortal weapon. Immortal weapon. These were the Dao soldiers of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and they specialized in protecting the safety of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the various worlds. This was a legendary immortal weapon, and anyone who had seen them were basically dead. They usually didn't appear, and the moment they appeared it was definitely to kill. Calling out these 12 people meant that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was determined to fight to the death with the demon sect. Really fight to the death. At this moment, Shen Huang was slightly calm. He looked at Yi Xian, who was far away, and a question arose in his heart. Why would the Immortal Treasure Pavilion help Yi Xian so much? At this moment, the leader of the immortal weapon in the sky suddenly took a step forward. He looked down at Envoy Nan and spoke in a hoarse voice. Envoy Nan, what instructions do you have? Envoy Nan pointed at Yi Xian. Commander Xian, young Master Yi is our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's highest level VIP. Bring him out of here. Then head to the General Pavilion. Commander Xian took a look at Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Yes. Envoy Nan suddenly said, Commander Xian, remember, nothing must happen to him. You must protect him to the General Pavilion at all costs, even if all of you die in battle. Commander Xian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Envoy Nan. Why? Envoy Nan looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. After we chose you, many people died. If we give up on you now, wouldn't those people who died have died in vain? Wouldn't we have offended the demon sect for nothing? We have no way out, and can only choose to gamble to the end. Yi Xian fell silent. Envoy Nan approached Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I might die in battle later. Can you honestly tell me if I will lose the gamble? If I lose the gamble, even if I don't die in battle today, I will be miserable when I return. This is because I have already used a lot of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's resources. Not only that, I have also dragged the Immortal Treasure Pavilion into the quagmire of war. With that, she paused and said, Are you a little disappointed that I have so many benefits? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. A little. Because I thought you were helping me because you were attracted by my handsome appearance. You have some thoughts about me. Envoy Nan immediately turned her head. Divine Wilderness Palace Master, I think I can consider your proposal for reconciliation. Come, let's talk, Yi Xian. Chapter 2130. God Huang's expression became extremely ferocious. Woman, you're still trying to stall for time. Kill. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding experts charged directly at Yi Xian's group. In terms of numbers, the demon sect had completely crushed Yi Xian's group. South Envoy suddenly said, Take young Master Yi away. In the sky, the leader of the immortal soldiers looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian transformed into a ray of sword light and shot into the sky. Go. He knew that he had to go. If he didn't, he would cause the death of South Envoy and the others because the demon sect's real target was him, Yi Xian. Once he left, South Envoy and the others would be safer. As expected, as soon as Yi Xian left, God Huang immediately said, Don't let him go. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed it down. In an instant, the space above Yi Xian's head split apart, and then a huge hand suddenly stretched out and clawed down with the intention of tearing Yi Xian into pieces. Yi Xian was about to attack, when a spear tore through the sky. Bang! The gigantic hand was instantly torn to shreds. Yi Xian turned to look at the leader of the immortal soldiers, and the latter said solemnly, Young Master Yi, let's go. Let's go. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and then he shot into the sky and disappeared into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Behind him were countless experts from the demon sect. the leader of the immortal soldiers, and the others rushed out with Yi Xian. They protected Yi Xian's surroundings, and didn't let any of the experts from the demon sect get close. Yi Xian glanced at the immortal soldiers and was shocked. The strength of these immortal soldiers could really be described as terrifying. They were definitely battle-hardened. Even when facing these demon beasts of the same realm, they were actually able to suppress them. Below, Divine Desolate wanted to chase after Yi Xian, but Southern Emissary stood in front of him, and the other 3 palace masters were also stopped by Xianyin and others. Yi Xian and his group moved quickly and were about to rush out of the demon immortal realm. Because they did not linger and wanted to retreat, the experts of the demon sect could do nothing to them. However, just as they were about to leave the demon immortal realm, a group of mysterious demon beasts blocked their way. These demonic beasts were pitch black in color and had strange shapes. Each of them had a powerful aura. All of them were in 6th-stage realm, and there were a total of 20 over of them. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression darkened. The demon sect had used all their trump cards. Meanwhile, the commander of the celestial soldiers said abruptly, "Young Master Yi, they're the demon cult's cult demons. They're a mysterious force that the demon cult has secretly fostered. Their strength is unknown, so you have to be careful." Strength unknown. Yi Xian looked at the immortal soldier commander. "You've never fought before?" The immortal soldier commander shook his head. "No." Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the 2 huge demonic beasts that came from the mountain appeared in the starry sky. These 2 demonic beasts were huge, and every step they took shook the galaxy. The immortal soldier commander pointed his long spear downwards and suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The moment his voice landed, he leaped up and thrust his spear towards a demonic beast in front of him. Malevolence flashed in the demonic beast's eyes. With a roar, it leaped up and collided with the long spear of the immortal soldier commander. Boom! The man and the demon separated upon contact, and the galaxy shook. The man and the demon stopped at the same time. The next moment, they charged towards each other again. Both chose to fight head-on. At this time, the rest of the cult demons also charged towards the immortal soldiers. A huge battle ensued. Yi Xian frowned. Because the demon sect had more people, the demon sect had the upper hand. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned around, and a demonic beast charged towards him. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and the sword in his hand suddenly flew out, severing life. Bang! He swung his sword, and rays of light shot out like a waterfall. The demonic beast that had arrived in front of Yi Xian instantly changed its expression, and it instantly retreated explosively. In the blink of an eye, it was over 10 kilometers away. As soon as it stopped moving, the scales on its body fell off, and it instantly aged greatly. The demonic beast's eyes were filled with fear. If it hadn't retreated quickly, then it might have vanished on the spot. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Come. Focus. He didn't draw his sword, and he just stood there. However, the sword in his hand had vanished. At this moment, the giant demon in the distance suddenly punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the entire Milky Way to boil, and a powerful force swept over like a mountain torrent, heading straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, he flashed forward and slashed. Hiss! The sound of something tearing apart resounded. An instant of life and death. With this strike, Yi Xian had directly called upon the power of all realms, the power of all realms, and the power of bloodline. The rays of light from the sword were like blood. However, as soon as the rays of light came into contact with the fist, it instantly dispersed, and Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively for tens of thousands of meters. However, the demonic beast didn't retreat at all. Not only that, but Yi Xian's strike also didn't cause any harm to it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's face darkened. The physical strength of this demonic beast was too terrifying. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, Xiao Ta, is Aria's physical body as strong as this demonic beast? After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, Young lord, do you have any misunderstandings about Aria's strength? Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Ta sighed in a low voice. Young lord, Aria isn't like you. If she says that she's invincible under 3 strikes, that's true and believable. You can break the defense of these demonic beasts with the green profound sword. But if you face Arya, even the green profound sword can't do anything to her. The strength of her physical body, in this world, can only be broken by 3 strikes. Also, Arya once took Sister Tianming's strike head-on, and she's the only one who survived after taking a strike from Sister Tianming. Yi Xian was silent. He could imagine how painful it would be if he were to fight with Arya. Yi Xian said again, "Xiaota, can you contact Arya? If you can ask her to come here and play with you." Xiaota said indifferently, "You want her to help you fight, right?" "Yi Xian," Xiaota said again, "I advise you not to let her follow you because you can't control her. Without mistress and an master to control her, she can go to heaven. Also, I'm afraid her life in the Milky Way isn't very good now. Although Sister Tianming won't really kill her, she'll definitely beat her up for no reason." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Is there any enmity between Qing and Arya?" Xiaota said. "No." Yi Xian was even more puzzled. Then why did Qing beat her up? Xiaota was silent for a moment, and said, "Arya is very arrogant. Sister Tianming may not like arrogant people." Yi Xian. At this time, the huge demonic beast in the distance suddenly punched at Yi Xian, but the next moment, it seemed to have sensed something, and immediately retracted its punch, and then blocked. Boom. A sword light suddenly exploded from the huge demonic beast's arm, and the demonic beast retreated a few hundred feet. A sword slashed the future. After the demonic beast stopped, a deep sword mark appeared on its arm, but compared to its huge arm, this sword mark was simply negligible. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned. He realized that without the green profound sword, ordinary swords couldn't hurt these demonic beasts. The demonic beast glared at Yi Xian, and it roared, and then it charged forward, and it punched at Yi Xian. The most direct move, without any fancy moves, but it was this that was the most terrifying. Pure physical strength. Seeing this punch coming, Yi Xian's face instantly sank, and at this time, the other demonic beast charged at him. Pincer attack. A trace of ferocity flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. He didn't choose to retreat, and when the 2 demonic beasts charged at him, he suddenly swept out with his sword. 1 slash to kill. And when the 2 demonic beasts saw Yi Xian's sword, they didn't choose to retreat either. 1 man and 2 demons chose to risk their lives. The sword light appeared, but it was extinguished in an instant, but that power of time flow instantly swept the surroundings. Ift. Boom. Yi Xian flew out directly, and this flight directly smashed into several thousands of mysterious spaces. When he finally stopped, his physical body split open, and blood splattered everywhere. Whereas in the distance, the 2 demonic beasts also retreated explosively. They weren't immune to Yi Xian's power of time flow, and the 2 demonic beasts became extremely old at this moment. But their lifespans weren't completely cut off, because their lifespans were simply too long. To them, as long as their lifespans were long enough, their life wouldn't be able to kill them. Of course, they didn't dare to take on Yi Xian's sword directly, because their lifespans were almost at the end of their lifespans. From afar, Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed, and he started to use the reverse time to restore his physical body. As long as he wasn't killed in one punch, he would be able to continuously restore his physical body. His physical body wasn't as strong as these 6th-stage realm demonic beasts' physical bodies, but his physical body's self-recovery ability was much more terrifying than these demonic beasts. Seeing Yi Xian's physical body recovering so quickly, the 2 demonic beasts' expressions instantly turned ugly. Damn it! What's wrong with this human? How could he recover so quickly? Yi Xian took a look at the 2 demonic beasts, and his brows creased slightly. Are the both of you able to recover so slowly? 2 demonic beasts. Yi Xian took a look at those demonic beasts, and asked in his heart, Xiaota, is Xiaobai able to subdue these demonic beasts? Xiaota said in a deep voice, just fight your battle properly, don't talk rubbish with me. Yi Xian. At this moment, the space behind Yi Xian suddenly split open, and at the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept over. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, as he suddenly turned around and slashed out with his sword, and a stretch of sword light swept out. Boom! The sword light instantly shattered, and Yi Xian directly retreated into an unknown mysterious space abyss. He had just stopped, and a long saber broke through the air towards him. Yi Xian's pupils suddenly contracted. He had just crossed hands with the two demonic beasts, and he was already seriously injured, so how could he take on this terrifying saber? But even if he couldn't, he had to take it. Without the green profound sword, Yi Xian hurriedly took out Xiao Ta. "Brother Ta, help me block it." "What the?" Xiao Ta was just about to say something, when that saber directly slashed on his body. Boom! One man and one pagoda instantly flew out. Pagoda cracked. Yi Xian's physical body cracked. It was too horrible to look at. After Yi Xian stopped, he looked afar. Not far away from him, there stood a lady dressed in a tight black dress. The lady's hair was as black as ink, and in her hand was a sheathed long saber. Human? Yi Xian frowned slightly. There was such a terrifying human expert in the demon sect? The lady slowly walked towards Yi Xian. Her expression was cold, and there was not a trace of emotion in her eyes, as if all living beings were ants. "Those who hurt my mystic world's young master die." As she spoke, she suddenly rushed towards Yi Xian in the distance. At this moment, the Xianin suddenly said, "Young mistress, you've hit the wrong person. He is the young master." Before the voice died away, Yi Xian and Xiao Ta flew out again, and this time, one man and one pagoda flew even further. Countless space-time shattered. When Yi Xian stopped, his physical body had completely shattered. Xiao Ta was also on the verge of shattering. "Young master, are you sure you're the biological son of master and mistress? Why did the two of them screw you over?" Yi Xian. Chapter 2131. He was filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, Yi Xian was truly filled with grief and indignation. Fuck, did I hit the wrong person? Did you fucking hit the wrong person? Are all the people in the mystic world talented? When she heard Xianyin's words, Xiao Jun was stunned. She looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and then looked at Xianyin. "Young master?" Xianyin nodded and said with a trembling voice, "Yes, yes." At this moment he was slightly panicking. This Xiao Jun actually almost killed the young master. When she heard Xianyin, Xiao Jun pondered for a moment, and then she looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "Young master, are you all right?" Yi Xian smiled lightly. "I'm fine. I was just almost killed by you." Xiao Jun lowered her head slightly. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." As she spoke, she bowed slightly. "I'm really sorry." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Xianyin already told you my identity just now. Why didn't you put away your saber?" Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "I couldn't." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Jun. "You couldn't?" Xiao Jun nodded. "The saber was too fast, I couldn't." Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, I feel that something isn't right." Yi Xian didn't say anything. Xiao Ta was about to speak again when Yi Xian suddenly smiled lightly. "Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it." Xiao Jun glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, "I'm sorry." Yi Xian smiled. "It's all right, it's just a misunderstanding, it's not a big deal." As he spoke, he glanced at the demon beasts in the distance, and then he said, "Xiao Jun, these demon beasts are extremely powerful, you have to be careful." Xiao Jun glanced at the demon beasts, and then she said, "All right." At this moment, the enormous demon beast suddenly said coldly, "Woman, who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my demon sect?" Xiao Jun's face was expressionless. Mystic world. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward, drew her saber, and slashed. Chi. A several hundred-meter-long saber chi violently slashed out in an arc. In the distance, the demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank. Instead of retreating, it advanced and punched forward. Fight head-on. Boom. The demonic beast was instantly sent flying thousands of feet away. As soon as it stopped, its entire right arm split open, and a copious amount of blood spurted out. The demonic beast was dumbfounded. His defense had been broken. Xiao slowly walked towards the monster, her left hand gripping the saber tightly. Suddenly, she leaped up and swung the saber down. Chi. A blade light slashed down from the starry sky like a waterfall. The demonic beast's pupils constricted. He quickly placed his left arm over his head and roared madly. Chi. Under everyone's gazes, the saber light directly chopped off the demonic beast's pillar-like arm. And then the saber light slashed down along the demonic beast's head. In an instant, the huge demonic beast was split into two, directly beheaded. The expressions of the experts from the demon sect changed. Was this woman a strong practitioner above the 6th degree realm? Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoxi but didn't say a word. After Xiaoxi killed the demonic beast, she looked at the other demonic beast and the latter's eyes were filled with fear. Xiaoxi didn't waste any time and charged forward. The saber light slashed across. The demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank, but it still didn't choose to retreat. Instead, it charged forward and punched out. Its body was so huge that it couldn't retreat at all. It could only choose to fight head-on. Boom. As the saber light exploded, the demonic beast instantly retreated several tens of thousands of feet away. The moment it stopped, it slashed again. The demonic beast's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. It knew that it was finished. At this moment, the saber light suddenly stopped. In front of the demonic beast stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a simple robe, his long hair draped behind him, and there was a strange blood-colored mark between his brows. He caught the saber light between two fingers. The middle-aged man exerted some strength in his fingers. Boom. The saber light instantly disappeared. Xiaoxi looked at the middle-aged man with a calm expression. At this moment, Southern Envoy's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Be careful, this person is the god demon of the demon sect. God demon. Yi Xian glanced at the god demon. Had this fellow who had been hiding in the dark finally shown himself? The god demon looked at Xiaoxi and said softly, I've traveled through countless universes, but I've never heard of the mystic world. Xiaoxi was expressionless. Your level isn't high enough. The god demon wasn't angry and smiled. Perhaps. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly and clenched it tightly. In the next moment, his right hand suddenly twisted. Boom. In an instant, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. All of them felt the heavens and the earth dim down. And then a strand of obliterating energy swept through the surroundings. Everyone was forced to retreat hundreds of thousands of feet away. Yi Xian was the fastest. When the god demon was about to attack, he'd already retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. Therefore, he suffered the least impact. In the distance, Xiaoxi's expression changed drastically when the god demon attacked, but she didn't choose to retreat. Her eyes flashed ferociously. Afterimages returned to the sheath, destruction of the heavens and earth. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly shook violently, and then she transformed into 4 afterimages that drew their sabers and slashed at the same time. 4 black saber lights crisscrossed and slashed, destroying the heavens and earth. Boom, boom. The expanse of space they resided in suddenly shattered, and was obliterated. It wasn't just that expanse of space, even the countless overlapping expanses of space were obliterated layer by layer at this moment. Moreover, the remnant energy that erupted from them instantly swept through the surroundings, causing everyone in the surroundings to retreat once more. They had no choice but to retreat. The remnant force from the two of them was extremely terrifying. Even a 6th-stage realm expert would find it difficult to resist it. Along with the appearance of the two of them, it meant that the 6th-stage realm expert wasn't the strongest here. After everything calmed down, everyone saw Xiaoxi and the god demon. A smear of blood had appeared on the corner of Xiaoxi's mouth. As for the god demon, everything seemed normal. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. The god demon suddenly walked slowly toward Xiaoxi. Since the establishment of the demon sect, even though we don't dare say that we're invincible, no one dares to bully us. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly punched forward. It was a very ordinary punch that didn't contain any fluctuations of energy. Moreover, the surrounding space was completely normal, and there wasn't even the slightest ripple. However, Xiaoxi had instantly retreated over 300 kilometers away. At the instant she stopped moving, The space in an area of 300 kilometers around her was instantly shattered into nothingness. It wasn't just space. Even the space there was instantly obliterated and transformed into a deathly silent place. The god demon gazed at South Emissary. Miss South Emissary, if your immortal treasure pavilion wants to fight, then my demon sect will accompany you to the end. From today onward, my demon sect will declare war on your immortal treasure pavilion. If my demon sect sees anyone from your immortal treasure pavilion, then we'll kill them. We'll fight until everyone from your immortal treasure pavilion is annihilated, or my demon sect is annihilated. It was a true declaration of war. A declaration of war that wouldn't stop until one side was dead. South Emissary nodded slightly. All right. At this point, both the demon sect and immortal treasure pavilion had no way out. Just as the god demon had said, unless one side was annihilated, otherwise, the matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Meanwhile, the god demon walked slowly towards Xiaoxi. I don't know where that young man came from, nor do I know how strong your dark world is. But since both of you want to fight, then my demon sect will accompany you to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his right fist and punched forward once more. In the distance, something seemed to have been torn apart in front of Xiaoxi, and then an extremely terrifying force surged out like an erupting volcano. Xiaoxi slowly closed her eyes while she held the hilt of her saber in her right hand. In the next moment, she suddenly drew her saber and slashed forward. Terror. As soon as she finished speaking, an expanse of light swept out from within the scabbard. Rumble. As soon as the expanse of light appeared, it was instantly obliterated. In the next moment, Xiaoxi instantly retreated over 30 kilometers away. And as soon as she stopped moving, the saber in her hand shattered into countless pieces. The saber shattered. The expressions of Xianyin and the others instantly became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Xianyin gazed at Xiaoxi, who was bleeding incessantly from the corner of her mouth. And he spoke with a trembling voice. Xiaoxi, did you come by yourself? Where are the Lord Left Territory Minister, Lord Right Dharma Heaven, Lord Xianweijin and Lord Nan Weiyang? Xiaoxi wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth and said, I don't know. I don't know. Xianyin almost fainted when he heard this. I don't know? Yi Xian shook his head repeatedly. This was different from what he'd imagined. He'd thought that once the members of the Dark World arrived, they would immediately start a slaughter and annihilate the demon sect. In the end, everyone would call him Young Master in unison. How cool would that be? However, reality was completely different from what he'd imagined. Meanwhile, the god demon suddenly gazed at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian slowly tightened his grip on his sword when he witnessed this scene. The god demon walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've been observing you for a long time. You really aren't simple. However, since it has come to this, your head must be left behind by my demon sect today. Yi Xian said with a smile. What if I say no? The god demon shook his head. That's not up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. His fist's target was Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this punch, and then he issued a command in his heart. The green sword in the southern ambassador's grasp suddenly flew over to him, and then it shook violently and transformed into a sword shield. Bang! The sword shield suddenly shook violently, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his shield. He flew for over 300 kilometers. It seemed to be very far, but it was actually very close to experts like them who could fly through numerous stellar regions with a single thought. To them, even the entire planet seemed insignificant in their eyes, let alone this small distance. After Yi Xian stopped, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the god demon in the distance. He opened his right hand and the green profound sword appeared in it. At this moment, the space in front of Xianyin suddenly trembled. In the next moment, Xianyin's expression changed drastically. He abruptly turned to look at Xiaoxi Jun in the distance, his eyes filled with shock. Xiaoxi Jun, why didn't you report that we found the young master? Xiaoxi Jun's eyes narrowed, and her left hand slowly tightened around the saber. Xianyin still wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, It's a small matter, let's deal with the demon sect first. Xianyin shook his head repeatedly. No, no. Young master. There's something wrong with this. Xiaoxi Jun. After I found you, I informed her immediately, but when I contacted Lady Nan Weiyang, she said she didn't know anything about this. I was wondering why Xiaoxi Jun was the only one who came from the profound world. Yi Xian suddenly said in a deep voice, This is a small matter, our current enemy is the demon sect. Xianyin shook his head again. No, no. Young master, this isn't right, Xiaoxi Jun. Yi Xian suddenly said in a trembling voice, Big brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Can we? Xianyin said in a trembling voice, Young master, Xiaoxi Jun might have ulterior motives, you have to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian instantly felt a chill on his back. He was locked on by a saber energy. Yi Xian almost vomited blood. He really wanted to slash Xianyin with his sword. Damn it. Aren't you forcing this woman to rebel? Chapter 2132. Yi Xian was really speechless at this moment. In fact, he knew from the start that there was something wrong with Xiaoxi Jun. Wrong person? How could he? Damn it, he wasn't a demon beast, and he was a swordsman. His identity was obvious. How could he have mistaken him for someone else? Moreover, Xiaoxi Jun still slashed after Xianyin's reminder. Fast blade? Unable to stop? How could that be? How could a powerhouse of this level not be able to stop and release his sword at will? After all, he could do that. As long as he wanted to, he could stop his sword no matter how fast it was. But this woman said she couldn't stop. Wasn't that bullsh*t? She was definitely bullsh*ting. However, Yi Xian had to play along with her bullsh*ting. He could tell that although this woman wanted to kill him, she didn't dare to do so openly. Therefore he gave her a way out, letting her think that he Yi Xian was a fool and that he Yi Xian knew nothing. And in fact he succeeded. Xiaoxi Jun chose not to attack again, and not only that, she even helped him deal with the demon sect. However, all of this was ruined by Xianyin. The mysterious Yin had pierced through this thin layer of window paper, which left Xiaoxi Jun with no choice but to rebel. Now his current situation was even worse, because only Xiaoxi Jun was barely able to resist the divine demon. But now, Xiaoxi Jun was openly rebelling as well. So wasn't he doomed? Yi Xian wanted to chop Xianyin into pieces. At this moment, Xianyin suddenly said in a trembling voice, Young master, Xiaoxi Jun is really rebelling. You have to be careful. Yi Xian. Xiaoxi's sudden change of heart stunned everyone present at the scene. What was going on? Yi Xian called someone to beat him up? The god demon, who was about to attack, stopped. He glanced at Yi Xian and Xiaoxi Jun with a strange expression. Yi Xian turned to Xiaoxi Jun and said with a smile, Xiaoxi Jun, what are you doing? Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you think I will believe Xianyin's words? No. I won't believe him. Lord Xiaoxi, even if Xianyin revolts, you will not. Xianyin. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian. Why do you think that I won't rebel? Yi Xian laughed heartily. First, there is no grudge or conflict between us. Second, Lord Xiaoxi is not invincible in the profound world. If you rebel, the consequences will be dire, right? Xiaoxi fell silent. Yi Xian continued. Moreover, Lord Xiaoxi risked his life to protect me just now. If he really wanted to rebel, why would he help me fight against this Yao god? Xiaoxi glanced at Yi Xian. She didn't say anything, but her hostility had lessened significantly. At this time, Xianyin suddenly wanted to speak again. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Xianyin and angrily said, Shut up. Shut the hell up. Say another word and I'll hack you to death. Xianyin. Xiaoxi nodded slightly. Why would I betray the young master? Saying so, she retreated to the side. In the distance, Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoxi and turned around. At this time, Xiaoxi suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed at Yi Xian. One slash tore space and time apart. Killing move. But Yi Xian seemed to have expected this. He immediately turned around and pulled out his sword to slash. At this time, his physical body had already recovered. While everyone was fighting, he didn't just sit around and do nothing. He had been secretly healing himself. Boom. A wave of sword light suddenly exploded. Yi Xian retreated thousands of feet. Xiaoxi was about to attack when her pupils shrank and she slashed her sword horizontally. Boom! A beam of sword light suddenly exploded, and Xiaoxi was forced back for thousands of meters, slashing the future. However, she managed to defend against it. Xiaoxi looked at the distant Yi Xian, her eyes cold. Yi Xian smiled. Xiaoxi, what do you mean? Xiaoxi was expressionless. Young master, I underestimated your intelligence. If I'm not wrong, you knew everything from the beginning, but you hid it. Yi Xian was silent for a while. Xiaoxi, I'm a little confused. You and I have no grudge against each other. Why are you doing this? Xiaoxi said blandly. Young master, why don't you take a guess? Yi Xian smiled. My appearance will affect your interests or the interests of the people behind you. Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes and didn't say anything. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Xiaoxi, aren't you afraid of my mother? Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian. Afraid? Yi Xian smiled. It seems that you did this for the people behind you, because you know that if you kill me you will die. Xiaoxi's lips curled up. What makes you worthy of being the young master of my Xian world? Yi Xian frowned. Do you know why my mother created the Xian world? Xiaoxi stared at Yi Xian. I don't. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You don't even know this and you want to rebel. Xiaoxi Jun's lips curled into a mocking smile. What, do you think the Realm Lord created the profound world for you? How shameless do you have to be to think so? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoxi continued. Let me tell you, the Realm Lord's vision is not that small. Don't think too highly of yourself. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. Refute? If he refuted, this woman would say that he was shameless again. Also, if he said that his mother created the Xian world for him, it would look like he was showing off. No refuting? This woman seemed to be very arrogant, Yi Xian sighed. Miss Xiaoxi, let's not talk about this. I can see that you respect my mother a lot. Since that's the case, I will say a few more words. Miss, it's not too late to turn back now. Don't go further and further down the road of death. Let me tell you, there was a person who was stubborn and kept on courting death. In the end, he succeeded in courting death. That person was called Tianyi. Tianyi. At this time, Xiaotao suddenly said, Young master, it's enough. It's really enough. Let him go. You have whipped his corpse hundreds of times. Every once in a while you drag him out and whip him. Speaking of which, it's a bit too much. It's time to let him die in peace. Yi Xian. In the distance, Xiaoxi's expression suddenly became fierce. I can't stand people like you. You don't have any ability and rely on your family for everything. Let me ask you, what qualifications do you have to be the young master of my Xian world? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, My mother is the lord of the Xian world. She only has one son, me. I am the young master of the Xian world. What's wrong with that? Xiaoxi said angrily, Shameless. Shameless. Yi Xian spread his hands helplessly. Although I don't think it's good, what can I do? Who asked my mother to be so capable? If you don't like it, you can go find a capable mother. Xiaoxi's chest trembled with anger. Shameless. Shameless. Yi Xian was about to speak, when Xianyin suddenly said, Young master, if you delay a bit more, Lord Nan Weiyang will be here soon. Yi Xian directly broke through the defense. He angrily stared at Xianyin. Big brother, can you shut up? Aha. The reason why he had spoken so much nonsense was naturally to stall for time, and he had succeeded in doing so. But Xianyin had just reminded Xiaoxi and the demon sect. As expected, a wisp of rage flashed through Xiaoxi's eyes when she heard Xianyin, and then she drew her saber and charged at Yi Xian. Xianyin was shocked when she saw Xiaoxi suddenly attack, and she hurriedly warned Qinshi, Young master, watch out. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian had no time to pay attention to Xianyin, and he commanded the green profound sword to transform into a sword shield that blocked in front of him. Bang! A wave of saber light erupted, and Yi Xian retreated explosively with his shield. As he retreated, Xiaoxi charged forward again and slashed down with her saber again. This time it was even faster. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't take it head on. and he continued to block with the green profound sword. Just like that, Yi Xian retreated again and again. After retreating hundreds of thousands of feet, Xiaoxi was about to strike again when her pupils suddenly contracted. She suddenly retracted the blade that she had already swung out, and held it horizontally in front of her chest. Boom! A wave of saber light suddenly erupted, and in an instant, Xiaoxi was sent flying hundreds of meters away. As soon as Xiaoxi stopped, another slash came, and this time, it was the green profound sword. One slash of life. Sensing the power of time flowing in Yi Xian's green profound sword, Xiaoxi narrowed her eyes, and suddenly swung her saber horizontally. She chose to break it with force. Boom! With this sweep, a wave of saber light swept across the area. In an instant, the saber in Xiaoxi's hand was destroyed, but she herself had already retreated thousands of meters away. Seeing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brows. He realized that this life-slaying sword posed a greater threat to Xiaoxi. This was because the lifespan of monsters was very, very long. Basically, they could take a life-slaying sword from him and survive. However, Xiaoxi, who was not a monster, would not be able to do so, because their lifespans were definitely not as long as those of monsters. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Xian, a trace of wariness in her eyes. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. At this time, Xiaoxi suddenly turned to the divine demon. If you don't kill him now, once the people from the mystic world come, you won't have a chance to kill him. The divine demon was silent. Xiaoxi continued. If you kill him now, the mystic world will definitely not go to war with your demon sect because of him, because the mystic world is not that much stronger than your demon sect. Hearing this, the divine demon frowned slightly. At this time, Xianin suddenly said in a trembling voice, Xiaoxi, how can you lie with your eyes open? How can the demon sect compare to our mystic world? They aren't even fit to carry our shoes. Oh, I get it now. Are you trying to trick the demon sect into killing the young master? You. Xiaoxi suddenly said angrily. You old fool, shut up. Xianin glanced at Xiaoxi. I won't. Yi Xian. Xiaoxi was so angry that her face was contorted. Without another word, she dashed towards Yi Xian again. Clearly, she wanted to kill Yi Xian first. At the side, the divine demon was silent for a moment. In the next moment, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Kill this person first. As soon as he said this, he suddenly punched at Yi Xian from afar. And in the battlefield, after receiving the divine demon's order, all the demon beasts charged at Yi Xian like madmen. Seeing this, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Desperate situation. Chapter 2133. Yi Xian fell silent as he watched the experts charging at him. This was truly a hopeless situation. It was impossible for him to fight so many experts by himself. Yi Xian asked softly in his heart, Xiao Ta, what would Dad do if he encountered such a situation? Xiao Ta replied immediately, fight with your life. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. In an instant, he was covered in blood. Yi Xian drew his sword and swung it, severing life. He still didn't call for help in such a hopeless situation. Of course, he had no one to call for help. He couldn't contact Qing, his father, or his big brother. So he could only rely on himself. He just had to try his best. As for life and death, it was up to the will of the heavens. As soon as Yi Xian swung his sword, a wave of sword light swept out, but it was instantly shattered and annihilated. In the next moment, Yi Xian's entire body was directly sent flying. This time, he was directly sent flying out of everyone's sight. Not only that, but in the process of flying, his physical body was annihilated inch by inch like a piece of burning paper. The azure profound sword protected Yi Xian's soul with all its might. Otherwise, his soul would be gone. After he stopped, Yi Xian's soul was extremely illusory, like a wisp of smoke that would disperse with the wind at any moment. His soul had almost been obliterated. A vicious glint flashed through Xiaoxi's eyes when she saw this, and then she suddenly charged at Yi Xian. A wave of sword light tore through the battlefield. Ambassador Nan and the others were shocked, and they were about to stop her. However, a group of demon beasts quickly blocked their way. There was no support. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes were closed, and his soul was trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke in a trembling voice. Young lord, if you really can't win, then call for help. It's not embarrassing. Call for help. Yi Xian said fiercely. I won't. As he spoke, he held the azure profound sword and started to ignite his soul. Seeing this, Xiao Ta immediately jumped up. D*MN. Young master, don't be like this. Let's call for help. It was not shameful. Master used to call people too. F***CK. Stop right now. Yi Xian did not stop. His soul was still burning furiously. At this time, Soul suddenly said in a trembling voice. Xiao Ta, quickly persuade master. I can't suppress his soul anymore. Xiao Ta said with a trembling voice. I couldn't stop him. Young master's blood is boiling today. He actually didn't follow the routine. Under normal circumstances, he should be calling for people in a fancy manner. That's not normal. Yi Xian suddenly rushed forward and slashed down with his sword. Soul ignition. After soul ignition, his strength was greatly increased in an instant. Boom. As a wave of sword light erupted, Xiaoxi was sent flying thousands of feet away by Yi Xian's sword. As soon as she stopped, the long saber in her hand shattered. Seeing this, Xiaoxi's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, God Wilderness was about to attack when God Monster suddenly said, he is soul ignition. He will be reduced to ashes in at most 10 minutes. Hearing this, the Divine Desolate hesitated for a moment before stopping. As God Monster said, Yi Xian was digging his own grave. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped burning his soul in the distance. Seeing this, God Wilderness's expression froze. F***CK. How could the soul-burning dipper stop just like that? God Monster slightly frowned and slowly clenched his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Wait. Wait. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with a strange look on their faces. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoxi who was about to attack. Miss Xiaoxi, today Xiaoxi suddenly said fiercely, little thief, don't waste time. I won't fall for your trick. As she spoke, she suddenly leaped up, put her hands together like a saber, and then slashed down. A saber energy that was thousands of meters long slashed down from the sky, tearing everything apart. Yi Xian's expression froze. F***CK. Let me finish what I want to say. I still want to trick you. He didn't have time to think because Xiaoxi's saber was already in front of him. Yi Xian opened his palm and suddenly slashed out with the azure profound sword. Boom. A wave of sword light shattered. Yi Xian and his sword retreated thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, the azure profound sword turned into a sword light and sank into his forehead. Boom. The soul that was about to dissipate was instantly suppressed, but it was already very illusory. Soul said with a trembling voice, Master, you can't use your sword. If you use your sword again, your soul will completely dissipate. Xiao Ta also said, Young master, you can't use your sword anymore. Call for help. Yi Xian said softly, Xiao Ta, who can we call? Hearing this, Xiao Ta fell silent. F***CK. Thinking about it, it seemed like there was no one to call. Xiao Ta suddenly said with grief and indignation, Young master, you are so miserable. Yi Xian. In the distance, Xiaoxi suddenly jumped up and slashed at Yi Xian again. Xiaoxi stared at Yi Xian, who was standing not too far away. She knew that if she swung her blade, Yi Xian, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, would definitely die. Of course, it also meant that she would die. If she killed young master, the Xian world would definitely kill her. And against the Xian world, she had no chance of survival. But so what? A smile suddenly appeared on Xiaoxi's face. She had no complaints. She had no regrets. With this slash, everything would be over. Xiaoxi said softly, Take care. She didn't know who she was talking to. Down below, Yi Xian looked at the saber coming at him, and his eyes became a little blank. He knew that with this slash his path would end. He was somewhat unwilling. But there was no other way. Many times, there would not be a definite result even if you tried your best. It was over. Yi Xian opened his palm, his soul completely burning. At this moment, Even the azure profound sword could not suppress it. With this slash, his soul would completely dissipate. But Yi Xian smiled. He looked up at the descending slash. Was this the smell of death? It had been a long time since he had been so close to death. A hand pressed on his shoulder when Yi Xian was about to thrust his sword out. Then a gust of dreadful and mysterious energy flowed into his soul. His soul, which had been burning, calmed down instantly. At the same time, the blade above Yi Xian's head suddenly vanished into thin air, and Xiaoxi instantly retreated several tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, his body was directly shattered into pieces, and only his soul remained. Xiaoxi looked at the person behind Yi Xian in the distance, her eyes filled with horror, and her soul trembled. At the side, the god monster's expression turned extremely solemn. Ambassador Nan and the others looked at the person behind Yi Xian, and heaved a sigh of relief. The mystic world's powerhouses had finally arrived. Yi Xian turned around, and when he saw the person in front of him, he froze on the spot. The person was Dong Linen. In other words, his mother. Behind Dong Linen stood a woman. She wore a simple white robe, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her features were peerless. In her hand she held a white jade folding fan. At first glance, she looked valiant and heroic, full of heroic spirit. The woman's gaze was fixed on Yi Xian, her expression calm. Behind the woman stood 3 men and a woman. These 4 were the mystic world's 4 great gods. They were Left Territory Sea, Right Heaven Dharma, Xian Weijin, and Nan Weiyang. Behind these 4 stood 16 mysterious black-armored powerhouses. All of them had scimitars at their waists and longbows on their backs. Their auras were as vast as the stars, completely unfathomable. When she saw these 16 people, Xianying couldn't help but tremble. God Slayers. These were the most terrifying 16 people in the mystic world. They were Dong Linen's personal bodyguards, and they only listened to her orders. Even the 4 great gods and the white-robed woman weren't qualified to order them around. All 16 of them were here. Seeing Dong Linen, Yi Xian grinned. Mother! Mother! This mother came from the bottom of his heart. Although he had once hated Dong Linen because she had almost killed him, he had slowly forgiven her. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, he slowly forgave her. Hearing Yi Xian call her mother, Dong Linen was slightly taken aback. In the next moment, tears welled up in her eyes. There was no doubt that she felt guilty towards Yi Xian. She hadn't been by his side when they were young, and she had almost killed him when they grew up. Every time she thought about all of this, her heart ached, and she was unable to forgive herself. She was undoubtedly the biggest failure of a mother in the world. That was exactly why she didn't dare to meet Yi Xian. But this time, she had no choice but to come. Dong Linen closed her eyes slowly when she saw Yi Xian's miserable state, and her entire body trembled. Rage. Boundless rage. The white-robed woman by her side pondered deeply for a moment, and then she turned around to gaze at the 4 great gods behind her. Annihilate all the demon beasts in this world. The 4 gods nodded slightly and were about to attack. Meanwhile, the godly demon spoke in a low voice. You. He hadn't even finished speaking when the white-robed woman suddenly appeared in front of him. The godly demon's pupils constricted, and he raised his arms to block. Bang! Everyone watched with astonishment as the godly demon was instantly blasted into an unknown and mysterious spatial abyss. As soon as he stopped moving, his body was instantly obliterated, and only his soul remained. All the demon beasts were stunned when they saw this scene. The invincible godly demon was defeated just like that? His powerful body was as fragile as a piece of paper before this woman? The godly demon was slightly stunned at this moment. She's that strong? The white-robed woman looked at the godly demon and walked slowly towards him. She walked very slowly and calmly, but the godly demon felt an extremely terrifying pressure. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Ambassador Nan said softly, "It's over. The demon sect is gone." Right at this moment, footsteps sounded out from the side. At the same time, a teasing voice sounded out. "The demon sect is gone? Miss, it's too early to say that." Yi Xian frowned slightly. The voice was slightly familiar. The godly demon suddenly knelt down slowly. "Greetings, Sect Master." All the experts of the demon sect knelt down as well and said in unison, "Greetings, Sect Master." The most mysterious sect master of the demon sect had arrived. Chapter 2134. The Sect Master. When Envoy Nan and the others saw the sect master, their faces were filled with astonishment. The sect master was actually a little girl. The little girl looked to be in her teens, and she wore tattered clothes and pants. Her hair was disheveled as if it had been permed, and there was some dirt on her face. Only her eyes were relatively clear. In her hand, there was a broken bowl with a few holes in it. Yi Xian was completely stunned when he saw the little girl. He knew the little girl. It was the little beggar girl he'd met that day. At that time he'd even asked if she was an extraordinary big shot. The demon beasts prostrated themselves on the ground with extreme respect. The little girl walked slowly over to the demon god. And then she opened her palm. A drop of blood suddenly flew into the forehead of the demon god's soul. Bang! In an instant, the demon god's body was instantly healed. Moreover, some thick scales had even appeared on his body. The little girl turned to look at the white-robed woman and grinned. A moment later, a crystal suddenly flew out from within the bowl. In the distance, the white-robed woman frowned slightly. She stretched her right hand forward and gently twirled it. In an instant, a mysterious crystal blue shield appeared in front of her. However, the shield had only just come into contact with the crystal, and the crystal had directly collapsed. Bang! The white-robed woman was blasted flying. However, she flew very gracefully like a crane soaring into the sky. It was extremely beautiful. However, her body was instantly blasted apart as soon as she crashed to the ground. The expressions of the four gods became quite solemn when they witnessed this scene. They'd never imagined that such an expert would actually exist in a place like this. The white-robed woman who only had her soul left glanced at the little girl. "What kind of demon are you?" The little girl smiled. "Why don't you guess?" The white-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't speak. The little girl directly disregarded the white-robed woman and looked towards southeast. "Not my main body. Not my main body." Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. Even the eyes of the four gods and the white-robed woman were filled with disbelief. They hadn't imagined that southeast wasn't his main body. Yi Xian looked towards southeast with slight shock. "Mother." Donlin Nan smiled. "I didn't want to leave when your father came to pick me up, but he insisted, so." Yi Xian understood. Dong Linen glanced at the little girl beside him. "Your bloodline isn't simple." At this time, Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Madam, she has Arya's blood in her body." "Arya." Hearing this, Dong Linen frowned. The little girl suddenly looked at Yi Xian's abdomen. "You know her." Xiao Tao left Yi Xian's body and said angrily, "You have Arya's blood." The little girl looked at Xiao Tao. "How did you know her?" Xiao Tao is furious. "She and I are best friends. How could I not know her? You have Arya's bloodline. Obviously, you once received help from Arya. In this case, why did you dare to hurt the little lord? Don't you know that Arya and young master are a family?" The little girl frowned slightly. "Family?" Xiao Tao said angrily. "Of course. I grew up together with Arya. Master treats Arya as his sister. Of course, we are a family. Didn't you notice? Young master also has Arya's blood." The little girl glanced at Yi Xian. "Yes." Xiao Tao was furious. "Since you know, why did you kill him?" The little girl frowned slightly. "Did I do anything to him? Which eye of yours saw me do anything to him?" Xiao Tao said, "Your subordinate wanted to kill him." The little girl looked calm. "That's my subordinate's business. What does it have to do with me?" Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao still wanted to say something, but Donlin Nan shook his head. "Don't talk nonsense with her. Today I will destroy this demon cult. Even if Arya is here, I won't give her face." Xiao Tao was silent. Although Arya was lawless, she didn't dare to be disrespectful to the few mistresses. Although Donlin Nan's status was not as high as Su Qingshi's, she was still one of the mistresses. Arya didn't dare to provoke her. Moreover, Arya would definitely stand on Yi Xian's side. No one was more protective than Arya. Not to mention, Yi Xian had a good relationship with Arya and Little White, especially when Yi Xian often brought millions of candied haws with him. At this moment, the little girl suddenly smiled. Woman, forgive me for being straightforward. If you are here in person, I might be afraid of you. Your clone. As she said, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. I'm afraid it's not enough for me to fight. Arrogant. Of course, she had the capital to be arrogant. Donlin Nan glanced at the little girl. I think you must have never experienced the cruel beating of society. The little girl looked straight at Donlin Nan. Come, ask for a beating. Donlin Nan suddenly opened her palm. A ray of sword light appeared in her hand. When he saw this ray of sword light, Yi Xian's expression instantly froze. Damn it! This was old dad's sword chi. Moreover, it wasn't any ordinary sword chi. Within this sword chi, there was an illusory sword. It was the sword spirit. The little girl's expression instantly turned solemn. When she saw that strand of sword chi, Donlin Nan suddenly opened her palm, and sword chi suddenly flew out. From afar, the little girl's eyes flashed with malice. In the next instant she punched out. With this punch, the entire demon immortal realm crumbled instantly. Not only that, the universe that was millions of miles away was also destroyed at this moment. And all the experts around were sent retreating by the might of this punch. The might of this punch caused the expressions of all the experts present to change. The aura of death. At this moment, everyone could feel the aura of death pressing on their heartstrings. This punch could directly annihilate the entire demon immortal realm. However, when the little girl's punch came into contact with the sword chi, it was like snow meeting boiling oil. Instantly, it melted and vanished without a trace. The sword chi continued to penetrate and penetrated the little girl's brow. Boom. The sword chi dragged the little girl's body in a frenzy and finally nailed her to a spot in time and space. In the field, all the demonic beasts were stunned. All the experts were stunned as well. It ended just like that? A ray of sword chi? A little dramatic. It had just begun and it was already over. Yi Xian looked at the pinned little girl in the distance and shook his head. This little girl had once received Arya's bloodline, and was terrifyingly strong. It could be said that besides his mother's real body, no one else could suppress this little girl. But the problem was that there was sword chi. Whose sword chi was that? That was old dad's sword chi, and not an ordinary one at that. How could this little girl withstand it? Tragedy. A great tragedy. All around, the demonic beasts were ashen-faced and their minds were blank. The invincible sect leader was defeated just like that? Moreover, it was a strand of unknown sword chi. This was as surreal as a dream. In the distance, the pinned little girl was a little lost. At this moment, she was stunned as well. Even though she hadn't used that punch in her true form, she'd used all her strength. However, it had been destroyed by a ray of sword chi just like that. Moreover, it had been done with such ease. How could this be possible? The little girl suddenly gazed at Dong Linen with a ferocious expression on her face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dong Linen's face was expressionless. She directly disregarded the little girl and turned to look at Xiao Xijun. Meanwhile, all the other experts were looking at Xiao Xijun. She lowered her head slightly, and then she suddenly drew her saber and swept it towards her neck. She was going to kill herself. However, when her saber was still half an inch away from her neck, it was locked down by a mysterious force and couldn't move another inch forward. Xiao Xijun. She gazed silently at Dong Linen. Dong Linen walked slowly over to Xiao Xijun. If I'm not wrong, you did that for Yen'er's sake. Yen. As soon as these words were spoken, the four gods looked at the white-robed woman in the distance. Yang Yen. This was the name of the white-robed woman, and she was Dong Linen's adopted daughter. She was originally an ordinary girl from a mountain village, and Dong Linen met her by chance. Seeing that she had an extraordinary aptitude, he took her in as his adopted daughter. Adding on to the fact that she was likable, he took her in as his adopted daughter. Yang Yen was silent. Xiao Xijun looked straight at Dong Linen. What right does he have to be the young lord of our profound world? Dong Linen suddenly grabbed Xiaoxi's throat with his right hand. What right does he have? Do you know why the profound world exists? Because of him. Do you know the meaning of the profound world? If you don't know, I can tell you. It's because there's a Xian in his name. Mystic. Yi Xian looked to the east and felt warmth in his heart. The father might not be the biological father, but the mother was definitely the biological mother. The azure-robed man. In the distance, Xiaoxi roared in rage. I refuse to accept this. Dong Linen shook his head. I don't need you to submit to me. I gave you resources and techniques to make you stronger, not to make you submit. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her right hand. In an instant, Xiaoxi Jun's body became illusory. At the side, Yang Yan suddenly said, Adoptive mother, it's my fault. Can you forgive her? Dong Linen suddenly clenched his right hand. Bang. Xiaoxi Jun's soul was destroyed. Dong Linen turned to look at Yang Yan coldly. In my heart, even his father isn't as important as my Xian. Understand? Yang Yan's face instantly turned ghastly pale when he heard this. Dong Linen suddenly said, Kill all the demon beasts here. As soon as she finished speaking, the 16 god slayers behind her suddenly disappeared mysteriously. In the next moment, shrill screams resounded in the surroundings. In the distance, the little girl suddenly said fiercely, Woman, don't you dare! Dong Linen looked at the little girl. See if I dare. The little girl suddenly opened her palm, and a box suddenly shot up into the sky from her hand. At the sight of this, Xiaotao suddenly said, Holy shit, this little girl actually has a box that Whitey left behind. Damn it. Yi Xian was slightly surprised as well. What's the relationship between this little girl, Arya, and Whitey? Suddenly, a scene appeared in the distant sky, and a little girl gradually appeared within it. The little girl wore a short-sleeved shirt that bared her arms, and there was a cute little demon beast printed at the center of her shirt. Moreover, she wore tight-fitting pants that had a few holes on them. Arya. The little girl was Arya. However, she seemed to have been beaten up at this moment. There was blood on the corners of her mouth, and half of the horn on her head had been sliced off. Moreover, countless cracks had appeared on her tail. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. In the next moment, he looked to the side and saw a woman in a plain dress standing not too far away from Arya. Dong Linen's expression instantly became solemn when she saw the woman in a plain dress. Xiaotao suddenly said, Arya was beaten up again. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the little girl in front of Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Yi Xian angrily and roared, Arya, he brought people to bully me. You must eat him alive. Hearing this, the woman in the plain dress frowned slightly, and a cold glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. She was angry. P.S. I'm not asking for tickets today, but I hope that everyone can enjoy reading to their heart's content. Tickets and tips are up to you all. It's indeed difficult to write a book with millions of words without any fluff. After all, writing does depend on one's state of mind and inspiration. I'm not trying to excuse myself, but it's the truth. I admit that I'm very fluff sometimes. Thank you to the readers who have always supported me. And thank you to the readers who have always criticized me. The readers who support me give me the motivation to write, and the readers who criticize me can make me grow. To be honest, last night I read the reviews of the old and new books. Later on, I realized that many of the readers I used to know have disappeared as I read. Just like some characters in the book, they disappear as I write. The past is the past, and I cherish what's in front of me. On the path of writing, I'm very fortunate to have all of you as my companions. Especially those readers who have followed me from the Heavenly Sword region. To those readers who have left, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know that you might not be able to see this sentence anymore. To the readers now, thank you for your tolerance, thank you for your support. Chapter 2135. Arya hurriedly said, Little Yao, don't talk nonsense. I'm only a vegetarian and don't eat meat. Hearing Arya's words, the demon sect leader's face was filled with astonishment. A vegetarian? That doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, Arya said, If he bullies you, just let him bully you. Anyway, your body is so strong, so it's nothing to beat you up. Everyone was speechless. The little girl looked at Arya in astonishment. Is this still the Arya I know? As if sensing something, the little girl turned to look at the woman in the distance, and the woman in the plain dress was looking at her as well. The woman in the plain dress stared at the little girl. Eat my brother? The little girl stared at the woman in the plain dress without showing any weakness. What? Can't I? The woman in the plain dress nodded slightly. Come eat him. I'll watch. The little girl pointed angrily at Dong Linen and said furiously, Woman, do you dare to make her retract that strand of sword chi? In the distance, Dong Linen immediately retracted the green-clothed man's sword chi and said, Come, let me watch you perform. The little girl was slightly stunned when she saw Dong Linen really retract the sword chi. Did I fall for it so easily? She didn't think too much about it. As Dong Linen retracted the sword chi, the little girl's body instantly recovered at a terrifying speed. It didn't take long for her body to recover completely. After she recovered, the little girl took a deep breath and clenched her fists slowly. In an instant, the space around her started to tremble violently. This world couldn't withstand her formidable strength at all. In the distant scene, Arya hesitated for a moment and was about to speak. At this moment, the woman in the plain dress glanced at Arya, and she immediately shut up. She couldn't even protect herself now. As for the little demon, she could only let her fend for herself. After the little girl's body recovered, she immediately looked at the woman in the plain dress, and a wisp of hostility flashed through her eyes. She pointed her right hand at the woman in the plain dress and said, Woman, do you dare to come and fight me? Yi Xian was speechless. Dong Linen glanced at the little girl and said softly, How courageous! In the scene, the woman in the plain dress looked at Arya. Did you give her the courage? Arya hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not very familiar with her. The little girl suddenly said angrily, Arya, are you still the Arya I know? What was so scary about this woman? Watch carefully, I'm going to eat her raw. Arya hesitated for a moment, then said, Little demon, if you become a vegetarian now, you may still have a way to survive. The little girl looked directly at the plain-dressed woman, her expression savage. Woman, do you dare to come and fight with me? The plainly dressed woman looked at the little girl. There's no need to come over. As soon as she finished speaking, the walk sword in her hand suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a sword suddenly appeared in the space above the little girl. It was the walking sword of the way. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they saw this sword. Death. At this moment, besides Yi Xian, everyone else here had sensed the aura of death. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. If this sword fell, they would definitely die. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror as they gazed at the Wei sword. The little girl's expression had instantly become solemn at this moment. But in the next moment, a wisp of viciousness flashed through her eyes. She stomped the ground lightly with her right foot, and then her figure transformed. In the next moment, a demon beast shaped like a tiger appeared here. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger. It had 4 tails, a horn, crimson red eyes, and a ferocious glow. It was the little demon. Moreover, it was her true form. After she returned to her true form, the little demon suddenly raised her head and roared furiously, causing the starry sky to tremble. In the next moment, she leaped up and collided with the Wei sword. This collision seemed like it intended to tear the world into pieces, and it was extremely shocking. Under everyone's gaze, the little demon collided with the Dawok sword. Bang! In an instant, the little demon's body was blasted into pieces. It was like an egg had smashed against a hard rock. Bang! The little demon instantly crashed to the ground. And then she was nailed to the ground by the Wei sword. She was unable to move at all. It was over. The surroundings were deathly silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. The experts of the demon sect had ashen expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The invincible sect master of the demon sect was defeated just like that? He wasn't able to fight back at all? In the distance, Dong Linen glanced at the plainly dressed woman with a trace of fear in his eyes. On the other side, Envoy Nan was overjoyed after her initial shock. At this moment, the blood in her entire body was boiling. Damn it! She'd won the bet. Envoy Nan had won the bet. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion could be said to be sharing life and death with Yi Xian today. Moreover, Yi Xian had such a terrifying expert standing behind him. What did that mean? It meant that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had gained an extraordinary ally. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion was a merchant group, and what did a merchant need the most? The first was money, and the second was allies. Most of the time, allies were even more important than money, because having money would cause many to covet it, and having a strong ally would deter the powers that coveted the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In short, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had made the right bet this time. If they made good use of it, it would be sufficient for them to obtain boundless benefits. Of course, she was extremely shocked right now. There was actually such an expert in the world. The strength of the sect master of the demon sect was extremely terrifying. Yet he didn't even have the ability to fight back before this woman? How strong is this woman in a plain dress? In the distant image, the woman in a plain dress gazed at Xiao Yao, who was pinned to the ground with a calm expression, and there wasn't a trace of emotion in her eyes. On the ground, Xiao Yao's face was filled with bewilderment. I was defeated with a single move again. Am I dreaming? Xiao Yao raised his head to look at the woman in the image, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This is impossible. On Aria's shoulder, Xiaobai hesitated for a moment, and then it started waving its claws. In the end, it pointed at its own head. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Xiaota, what is Xiaobai saying? Xiaota spoke in a low voice. She's saying that Xiao Yao shouldn't just focus on cultivating his strength, he should also cultivate his brain. Besides that, she said not to offend big sister Tianming. So she didn't. So she hasn't been hit before. Yi Xian glanced at Xiaobai, and Xiaobai glanced at Tianming before hurriedly hiding behind Aria. Tianming looked at Xiaobai. Seeing Tianming looking at her, Xiaobai blinked and then broke into a radiant smile. Tianming retracted her gaze and turned to Yi Xian. When her gaze landed on Yi Xian, the coldness in her eyes had vanished. Yi Xian smiled. Jinga. Tianming nodded. Continue playing. I have something to do. As she spoke, the image was about to disappear. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Qing'er, can you help me with a small matter? Qing'er asked, destroy the universe you are in? Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Qing'er nodded. Sure. As she spoke, the walk sword on Xiao Yao's body suddenly shot into the sky. In the next instant, the sword hung upside down. In an instant, the entire demon immortal realm was set ablaze. No, the entire universe was set ablaze. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, because they realized that this sword wasn't aimed at just one person, but all of them. Was this the end of the world? Everyone was shocked. Yi Xian hurriedly said, Qing'er, it's not destroying the universe. No. He was sweating profusely. If Qing'er's sword descended, no one here besides him could survive. When she heard Yi Xian, Tianming blinked. Isn't it? Yi Xian nodded. Tianming nodded slightly. She opened her palm, and the walk sword returned to her hand. Everyone instantly heaved a sigh of relief. If this sword were to fall, then everyone would be finished. Yi Xian broke out in cold sweat. Qing'er spoke of destroying the universe as if it was a game. Needless to say, Qing'er was very dangerous. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian opened his palm and said, Qing'er, can you help me modify this Xiaota? Hearing this, Xiaota's voice suddenly trembled. Young master, you actually thought of me. I'm so touched. I won't scold you in my heart anymore. Yi Xian was speechless. When she heard Yi Xian, Tianming's gaze descended onto Xiaota, and she fell silent for a moment before she said, How do you want to modify him? Yi Xian smiled. Qing'er, do as you see fit. In any case, try your best to make him stronger. Tianming gazed at Xiaota. Do you have any requests? Xiaota hesitated for a moment and said, I want him to be invincible beneath 3 strikes. Yi Xian's face froze. Damn it. This Xiaota really dares to speak such words. Tianming's expression was calm. You're just a ta. Xiaota was speechless. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Qing'er, do as you see fit. Tianming nodded slightly. In the next moment, she opened her palm, and Xiaota appeared there. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. That's too awesome. It's like the distance between space and time doesn't exist before Qing. That's too awesome. Qing gazed at Xiao Ta in her hand. After a moment of silence, she opened her left palm, and a strand of sword energy appeared in her hand. In the next moment, the sword energy shot into Xiao Ta. Bang! Xiao Ta shuddered violently. Yi Xian gazed at Xiao Ta with slight anticipation. After Qing had modified Xiao Ta had obtained heaven-defying cultivation abilities, and he'd obtained benefits from Xiao Ta. After all, if he didn't possess the ability to reverse time within Xiao Ta's body, then he wouldn't have been able to slash the future. This time, what special ability would Xiao Ta possess? At this moment, Tianming suddenly looked at Arya. Arya's eyelids twitched when she saw Tianming looking at her, but she was still slightly stubborn. She clenched her right fist slowly. "Woman, I can't defeat you now. Do you dare to give me some time?" Tianming looked at Arya. "How long?" Arya hesitated for a moment, and then she turned to look at Little White. "How much time is suitable for us?" Little White blinked, and then she stretched out her little claw. Arya glanced at Little White's little claw, and then she turned to look at Tianming, who was in the distance. Then she stretched out her little claw as well. Little White said, 500 million years. You give us 500 million years. Hearing this, Little White looked at Arya in astonishment. Chapter 2136. 500 million years. Yi Xian almost fainted when he heard Arya's words. Tianming looked at Arya without saying a word. Arya hesitated and said, It's not good to fight and kill. Tianming, don't be so hot-tempered. Look at me. I've changed a lot. Little White looked at Arya and blinked its eyes. Tianming looked at Arya and opened her palm. The two broken horns that were floating not far behind Arya suddenly flew into her hand. Tianming directly stabbed the two broken horns into the top of the pagoda. Boom! Xiao Ta trembled violently and a terrifying force swept out from his body. Xiao Ta with horns. Tianming opened her palm, and Xiao Ta returned to Yi Xian. Tianming looked at Yi Xian and said softly, Brother, I'm going to settle some things. Have fun. If one day, you don't want to work hard anymore, tell me and I'll protect you for life. Yi Xian was speechless. Tianming took one last look at Yi Xian before turning around. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly said, Qing, why don't you not hit Arya next time? He felt that it was necessary to plead for Arya. Otherwise, Arya would be too miserable. Tianming nodded. All right. Then the image suddenly disappeared. The moment the image disappeared, Yi Xian noticed that Qing suddenly dashed into the distance. She seemed to be in a hurry. Yi Xian frowned. Did Qing encounter something? Xiao Ta suddenly said excitedly, Young master, I'm awesome. Yi Xian was speechless. Dong Linen walked to Yi Xian's side and looked at the little demon lying on the ground. What should we do with her? Yi Xian glanced at the little demon whose face was filled with bewilderment. Kill all the monsters in the demon realm under her. Kill. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Linen waved her right hand lightly, and the 16 god slayers behind her charged forward. In the next moment, numerous shrill and miserable cries resounded. At this time, the little demon suddenly sat up. She looked at Yi Xian and said angrily, You. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and the Qingxian sword flew out. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword sank into the little demon's glabella. Boom! Xiao Yao's body shook violently, and his soul quickly dissipated. Yi Xian stared at the little demon and said, I wanted to spare your life for the sake of Arya, but now it seems that you still don't see the facts clearly. In this case, you can accompany your evil beasts. His voice fell. Boom! The azure profound sword had completely absorbed the little demon's soul. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword flew across the field, crazily absorbing the souls of the demonic beasts. The souls of these demonic beasts were great nourishment. It would be a waste not to absorb them. It didn't take long for the souls of all the demon beasts present to be completely absorbed, and all the demonic beasts of the demon sect were slaughtered. At the side, Nan Yu and the other experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion fell silent. The powerful demon sect was destroyed just like that. They had to admit that at this moment, there was no strongest in this world, only stronger. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion must learn from this. At this moment, Dong Linen suddenly looked at Nanyu. You're from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Nanyu smiled. Yes. Dong Linen nodded. From today onwards, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion is an ally of the Xian world. As long as the Yang family exists, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion will never perish. The Yang family. Nanyu blinked. The Yang family. At the side, Xiaotao suddenly said, Beautiful sister, hurry up and thank Madam. Do you know that with Madam's words, no one will ever dare to bully the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Nanyu hesitated, and then bowed slightly. Thank you. Actually, she had some doubts in her heart. The Yang family? She really hadn't heard of it. Dong Linen nodded slightly, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Are you going back to the Xian world with them? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I'm going back to Pine Prefecture. He hadn't returned to Pine Prefecture for a long time, and it was time to go back and take a look. Dong Linen thought for a moment, and then she nodded. All right. As she spoke, she turned to look at the white-robed woman, Yang Yan, who lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Dong Linen's gaze gradually turned cold, and then she said, All of you go back. Go back. The 4 gods bowed slightly, and then they turned around and left. The 16 god slaughterers left as well. Yang Yan glanced at Dong Linen, and then he turned around and left. Dong Linen gazed at Yi Xian, and then she said softly, Live well. Mother will always be your support. As she spoke, her body gradually became illusory. Yi Xian smiled. Wait for me to come find you. Dong Linen smiled and said, All right. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and a strand of white light entered the center of Yi Xian's brows before vanishing completely. Yi Xian was silent. That strand of white light was the location of the mystic world. At this moment, South Envoy walked to Yi Xian's side, and she smiled. Young Master Yi, we also have to go. Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. Miss South Envoy, many thanks. South Envoy blinked. When the time comes, we will go to the mystic world to find you. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a strand of white light entered the center of South Envoy's brows. South Envoy smiled. Young Master Yi, we will meet again in the mystic world. With that, she was about to leave with the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss South Envoy. South Envoy turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled. The demon sect has been destroyed, and the entire demon sect's wealth belongs to Immortal Treasure Pavilion. South Envoy was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Xian to do this. She actually wanted to order some before, but she was too embarrassed to ask. South Envoy thought for a moment, and then said, Let's split it in half. Yi Xian said with a smile. Great. South Envoy immediately said, Quickly go collect it. As soon as she finished speaking, the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion behind her immediately went to collect the wealth of the demon beasts. South Envoy looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, you are so generous. Yi Xian shook his head. Immortal Treasure Pavilion sacrificed too much for me this time. And this is what you deserve. Also, Miss South Envoy, remember to come to the mystic world to find me. South Envoy laughed. Definitely. She definitely wanted to find Yi Xian. The mystic world was definitely not a small place. And if Immortal Treasure Pavilion could develop to this place, wouldn't it be great? At this moment, the Immortal Envoy walked to South Envoy's side, and she handed a spatial ring to South Envoy. South Envoy pointed with her finger, and the spatial ring flew to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, keep it well. We will meet again in the future. With that, she turned around and left with the experts of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian stayed where he was. After a moment of silence, he put away the storage ring in front of him, and turned around to leave. On the other side, somewhere in the starry sky, Yang Yan stopped, and in front of her were the 16 god slayers. Yang Yan smiled. Come do it. At this moment, the leader of the god slayers said in a hoarse voice, Master asked me to ask you, did you instruct Xiaoxi to assassinate the young master? Yang Yan shook her head. After a moment of silence, The leader of the God Slayers turned around and left with the 15 people around him. Yang Yan frowned. Not killing me? In the distance, the leader of the God Slayers said. Master said not to kill you, but from now on, you have nothing to do with her, and you can never return to the mystic world. Also, Master said for the sake of our past relationship, I will give you one last piece of advice, never play tricks. With that, he led the remaining 15 people and disappeared into the horizon. After a long silence, Yang Yan turned around and left. On the other side, Yi Xian did not return to Qingzhou. Instead, he found a place to sit down. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the green profound sword had a breakthrough. Previously, the green profound sword had absorbed the souls of all the experts in the demon sect, including the little demon's soul. Yi Xian took a closer look at the green profound sword, and he realized that the green profound sword had undergone a qualitative change. There was a mysterious power flowing on the green profound sword's blade, the power of demonic beasts. This was obtained after the green profound sword absorbed those demonic beasts. Yi Xian suddenly picked up the green profound sword and waved it lightly. This wave caused the surrounding time and space to tremble, and then be destroyed instantly. 1 slash to kill. At this moment, the speed at which time flowed was more than 10 times faster than before. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. To him, this battle was not a disaster. Based on his current ability, killing a 6th-stage realm expert was a piece of cake. Yi Xian kept the green profound sword, and then opened his palm. Xiao Tao appeared in his hand. Looking at Xiao Tao in his hand, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Tao, what did Qing change for you? Xiao Tao went silent for a moment, and then said, I don't know. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. You don't know? How could you not know? Xiao Tao was slightly helpless. I really don't know. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, the horn on the top of your head. Is it Aria's? Xiao Tao said, yes. Yi Xian said, can I try? Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment and then said, how? Yi Xian suddenly slashed at the horn. Boom. Xiao Tao shook violently, whereas Yi Xian himself was directly thrown several thousand feet away. He had just stopped when his arm directly split open, and fresh blood splattered. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was directly stunned. So hard. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Tao in disbelief. What the Xiao Tao, your horn is a little fierce. Xiao Tao laughed heartily. I know which part of me has become stronger. Yi Xian asked, where? Xiao Tao said, I've become harder. Yi Xian. Xiao Tao continued, young master, I discovered that Sister Tianming had remolded my pagoda body, and now I'm very hard. Even little soul will find it hard to hurt me. And this pair of horns is Aria's horn, and its power is boundless. If we were to fight, who would be able to take a knock from me? Yi Xian remained silent. Needless to say, he was a little afraid of this knock from Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao said again, young master, in the future let me fight. Let me fight. I, Xiao Tao, will finally be invincible. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, do you want to keep a low profile? Xiao Tao laughed. Low profile? That's absolutely impossible. Young master, let me tell you, I, Xiao Tao, was born too late. If I was born earlier, there would be no 3 swords in this world. If God didn't give birth to me, Xiao Tao, the eternal swordsmanship would be like a long night. Yi Xian. Starting to save manuscripts. Chapter 2137. When he heard Xiao Tao's words, Yi Xian immediately felt that it was over. This Xiao Tao was really arrogant. Arrogant to the point that he almost couldn't recognize himself. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Tao, calm down. Xiao Tao laughed heartily. I can't calm down. Young master, let's go and stir up trouble. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Yi Xian. Xiao Hun suddenly said, Master, Xiao Tao is arrogant. Yi Xian nodded. I can see that. Xiao Hun said again, what should we do? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Xiao Tao, do you want to fight Daddy? In the sky, Xiaota hesitated for a moment, then said, "That's not a good idea, right?" Yi Xian said seriously, "With your current strength, you are invincible below the 3 swords. If you don't fight the 3 swords, who should you fight?" Xiaota was still slightly hesitant. Yi Xian continued, "Godfather, I support you." Xiaota thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I won't." Yi Xian said indifferently, "Aren't you invincible?" Xiaota said seriously, "That's master we are talking about. No matter how invincible I, Xiaota, am, I won't do something like killing my master. I am a Ta with morals." Yi Xian curled his lips. "Just say that you don't dare." With that, he turned and disappeared into the horizon. Xiaota. Not long after, Yi Xian returned to Azure Province. Yi Xian did not look for Tuo Bian, but went to Songlan Academy first. The current Songlan Academy was already the strongest faction in the entire Azure world. Every year, countless monstrous geniuses would come to Songlan Academy, hoping to join and become a member of Songlan Academy. Wanting to join Songlan Academy wasn't an easy task, because Songlan Academy's admission requirements were getting harsher and harsher every year. Not only that, Songlan Academy had an elimination system. Every year, there would be an assessment, and the last few students would be eliminated. Not being able to enter the academy wasn't shameful, but being eliminated by the Azure Billow Academy was too shameful. Therefore, after entering the academy, these evildoers and geniuses would work even harder. At the foot of Songlan Academy's mountain stood a huge statue. This statue had the appearance of Yi Xian. For Songlan Academy to have its current scale, it naturally couldn't do without Yi Xian's help. Even though Yi Xian wasn't in Qing province, but if it wasn't for him providing some cultivation resources and cultivation methods and profound skills from time to time, Songlan Academy wouldn't have been able to develop to its current state. Among the students of Songlan Academy, Yi Xian was a godlike existence. On this day, Yi Xian arrived at the foot of Songlan Academy's mountain. Looking at the Songlan Academy in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. The feeling of home. He felt an indescribable sense of closeness to this place. Shaoan Shaoqi Emoyunqi Bai Zai. Yi Xian grinned and was about to head over when a voice resounded from the side. "What the fuck? It's Nan Litian." Nan Litian. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned around in unison. A woman was walking over slowly while being supported by over a dozen old men. The woman wore a tight violet robe that was extremely slim-fitting. Of course, her figure was extremely good as well. She was curvy and sexy, especially her long hair. It reached her waist, and it was so smooth that others couldn't help but want to touch it. Her features were very exquisite as well, especially her eyes. They were large and round, but they were slightly icy cold, and they made others feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from her. Besides that, she was holding a sheathed sword in her left hand. Nan Litian. A wave of exclamations resounded in the surroundings when they saw the woman, and then an uproar ensued. The most famous and monstrous prodigy in the Azure Prefecture was none other than Nan Litian. Nan Litian was reputed to be the most monstrous swordsman prodigy since Yi Xian. Coupled with her beauty, Nan Litian was the dream lover of countless men in the Azure Prefecture. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes as he sized up Nan Litian. This woman was extraordinary indeed. Meanwhile, some students appeared in the sky above Songlan Academy as well. As soon as they appeared, their gazes descended onto Nan Litian, and some of them even had undisguised admiration in their eyes. Meanwhile, someone asked, "Is Nan Litian going to join Songlan Academy?" "She definitely is. She's the most monstrous prodigy in the Azure Prefecture right now, and only Songlan Academy can afford to raise her." Nan Litian slowly walked over to a stone platform while being supported by the crowd. Meanwhile, the elder who was in charge of the assessment on the stone platform hurriedly stood up. He didn't dare to be careless in front of Nan Litian. Nan Litian looked at the old man and asked, "How are we going to take the test?" The old man quickly replied, "Our superiors have already informed us that Miss Nan doesn't have to take the test. She'll become a core disciple straight away." Become a core disciple straight away. Nan Litian's expression was calm. "Let's take the test." The old man smiled bitterly. Miss Nan, your strength is obvious to all. There's no need for the test. Nan Litian didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked over to the statue of Yi Xian. She raised her head and looked at Yi Xian. A moment later, she opened her palm, and a sword appeared in it. I swear on my sword that I'll surpass you in 3 years. 3 years. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar arose in the surroundings. Yi Xian. Who was Yi Xian? He was the dean of Zhonglan Academy, and he was known as the most monstrous prodigy in the history of the firmament world. His legend was spread all over the firmament world. It could be said that Yi Xian was like a god in the firmament world. No matter how many geniuses there were before Yi Xian, all of them had been forgotten by the world. After Yi Xian, no one dared to say that they could compare to Yi Xian as well. But now, Nan Litian actually said that she would surpass Yi Xian in 3 years. Arrogant? Needless to say, it was extremely arrogant. Meanwhile, Nan Litian glanced at the crowd with disdain. All of you laugh at my arrogance, but I laugh at your incompetence. As she spoke, she turned around to look at the statue of Yi Xian. I know you can hear me. Do you dare to come out and fight me? Come out and fight me. An uproar resounded in the surroundings. She's directly challenging Yi Xian? That's amazing. For a time, countless students of Zhonglan Academy ran out. Someone actually dared to challenge Yi Xian. Some of the students of Zhonglan Academy frowned slightly, because Nan Litian's actions were truly disrespectful to Zhonglan Academy. After all, Yi Xian was the dean of Zhonglan Academy. So Nan Litian wasn't just looking down on Yi Xian. She was looking down on Zhonglan Academy as well. Moreover, based on Nan Litian's actions, it didn't seem like she'd come to join Zhonglan Academy at all. She seemed like she'd come to cause trouble. Meanwhile, an elder of Zhonglan Academy spoke in a low voice. Miss Nan, looks like you're not here to join my academy today. Nan Litian gazed at the elder with an arrogant expression. I intend to join Zhonglan Academy, but what right does Zhonglan have to let me join? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm untalented, so I'd like to seek some guidance from you. Nan Litian suddenly drew her sword and slashed. A strand of sword energy tore through the air. Nan Litian's pupils constricted, and then he clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. The space around him warped as soon as his fist was swung forward. Bang! Everyone watched as the old man was blasted over 100 m away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arm fell to the ground while blood surged out. It was an extremely bloody sight. The Supreme Realm. Someone suddenly cried out in surprise. The Supreme Realm. Everyone here was petrified on the spot when they heard this. The old man whose arm Nan Litian had severed spoke with a trembling voice. You've actually attained the Supreme Realm. After all, the strongest cultivator in the sky dimension was merely at the Origin Realm, and there were only 4 of them. They were the 4 instructors of the academy, the 9th princess, Baizhe, Mo Yunqi and Jianji. Nan Litian had actually attained the Supreme Realm above the Origin Realm. How terrifying! Yi Xian asked in his heart, Xiaota, what's the Supreme Realm? Xiaota fell silent for a short while before he said, Young master, don't make things difficult for me. Who the fuck can remember these realms of cultivation? Yi Xian was speechless. After a short moment, Yi Xian turned around to look at a man who had a shocked expression on his face, and then he said, Brother, what is the Supreme Realm? The man glanced at Yi Xian and said, You don't even know what the Supreme Realm is? Yi Xian nodded. The man spoke solemnly. The Supreme Realm is a realm of legend, and it's currently the highest known realm of cultivation in our sky dimension. He hesitated for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Do you know the dean of our Blue Sea Academy, Yi Xian? Yi Xian blinked. I do. According to rumor, he's an unparalleled genius with unprecedented talent. He's said to be the #1 genius in history, and all other geniuses dim in comparison before him. He's someone I worship. The man hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother, Dean Yi is formidable indeed, but you are too exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Yi Xian was speechless. The man continued, I heard that Dean Yi is only at the Supreme Realm as well. Yi Xian blinked. Who did you hear that from? The man replied, That's what everyone says. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the man continued, I also heard that Din Yi seems to be very shameless. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Who did you hear that from? The man looked at Yi Xian. Everyone knows. Din Yi is very shameless. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the man sized up Yi Xian, and then he said with a smile, Brother, you look quite familiar. Have we met before? Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Take a closer look. The man sized up Yi Xian again, and it didn't take long for him to frown. You do look familiar. Yi Xian suddenly pointed at the statue in the distance, and then at himself. The man glanced at the statue in the distance, and then looked at Yi Xian. The next moment he was shocked. F***ck. Brother, you look so similar to Din Yi. As he spoke, he walked in front of Yi Xian, and then he pinched Yi Xian's face hard, and then he praised. You look so similar. If I were you, I'd pretend to be Din Yi and pick up girls. I'd definitely change one every day, haha. At this point he secretly looked around, and then whispered. I heard that Din Yi is very dissolute, and he seems to have hundreds of women. But for some reason he just doesn't have a son. It seems that Din Yi has a hidden disease, which is infertility. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 2138. Yi Xian gazed at the man and asked in a serious tone. Who told you that? The man blinked. Everyone knows. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young master, how can we tolerate this? Yi Xian was about to speak when Nan Litian suddenly turned around and pointed his sword at Yi Xian's statue. I know you can hear me. Come out and fight me. Come out and fight me. Everyone gazed at Nan Litian. All the students of Tsanglan Academy were furious. All of them were hot-blooded people, so how could they allow someone to provoke Tsanglan Academy? Someone immediately stepped forward to fight Nan Litian. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded. Instructor Mo! Instructor Mo! Everyone turned around and looked towards the center of the mountain, and a man was walking down slowly from there. He was one of the great instructors of Tsanglan Academy, Mo Yunqi. All the students of Tsanglan Academy bowed when they saw Mo Yunqi. Nan Litian gazed at Mo Yunqi with an arrogant expression. However, Mo Yunqi paid no attention to her at all. He walked directly over to Yi Xian, gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. When did you return? Yi Xian smiled. I just arrived. Mo Yunqi sized up Yi Xian, and then he shook his head. Isn't the gap between us growing larger and larger? Yi Xian clenched his fist and patted Mo Yunqi's chest, and then he smiled. In terms of looks, the gap between us really is growing larger and larger. Both of them exchanged glances, and then they shook their heads and roared with laughter. Meanwhile, the man by Yi Xian's side suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Bro? Yi. You wouldn't be Din Yi, right? Yi Xian glanced at the man and smiled. You guessed it right. The man's face froze, and then he fell to the ground while only a single thought remained in his mind. I'm finished. Yi Xian. The surroundings suddenly seethed with excitement. Yi Xian has returned. The legendary figure had actually returned? On Mount Azure below, countless students rushed out, almost turning out in full force. Some elders and mentors who were in seclusion also rushed out. Not only that, the news of Yi Xian's appearance also rapidly spread throughout the entire Azure province. For a moment, countless people rushed towards Azure Billow Academy. Although Yi Xian was the dean of the Kanglan Academy, the people of Qingzhou also respected him very much because he had once saved Qingzhou. Not only that, but he had also greatly improved the martial arts civilization of Qingzhou. It could be said that Yi Xian's prestige in the entire Qingzhou was extremely high. At the foot of Mount Azure Billow, countless people looked at Yi Xian with excitement and admiration. Mo Yunqi glanced at Nan Litian. They're here for you. Why don't you deal with them? Yi Xian looked at Nan Litian, and Nan Litian looked back at him. Yi Xian said with a smile. Miss Nan, didn't you want to exchange pointers with me? Come on. Nan Litian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Din Yi, please enlighten me. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a sword suddenly appeared in it. A moment later, she roared furiously. Myriad swords converge. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand shot into the sky, and then numerous sword howls resounded incessantly in the surroundings. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is she going to summon the swords of all the swordsmen in Qingzhou? Interesting. Suddenly, Nan Litian opened her palm, and a sword chest appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, over 10,000 swords suddenly flew out from within it. Yi Xian fell silent when he witnessed this scene. Prepare your own sword? Nan Litian pointed at Yi Xian with fury. Yi Xian, witness my strongest sword technique. As soon as she finished speaking, she formed a seal with both hands and chanted an incantation. It didn't take long for the swords to tremble, and then they shot towards Yi Xian in unison. It was quite a shocking sight. Yi Xian grinned, and the swords stopped moving when they were around 30 m away from him. When they were about 100 feet away from him, all the swords suddenly stopped in unison. In the next moment, all the swords fell to the ground and trembled slightly. They were terrified. The swords were terrified. Nan Litian's eyes were filled with disbelief. How? How could this be possible? Yi Xian opened his palm. Swords. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire prefecture trembled violently. After that, all the swords in Qingzhou shot into the sky and shot through space to arrive in the sky above Zhonglan Academy. In an instant, over 1 million swords had gathered in the sky above Zhonglan Academy. This included the 10,000 swords that Nan Litian had brought with her. Meanwhile, Yi Xian said, again. As soon as he finished speaking, the distant starry sky suddenly trembled, and then countless swords streaked through the starry sky and entered the firmament world. In the end, they arrived above Zhonglan Academy. There were at least millions of swords above them. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Nan Litian looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a monster. You? Yi Xian smiled. Miss Nan, do you want to learn this sword technique? Nan Litian was stunned, and then she said angrily, Are you trying to humiliate me? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You're overthinking it. As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly, and all the swords vanished. Yi Xian looked at Mo Yunqi. Let's go. Let's go meet Elder Ji. Elder Ji. Mo Yunqi's expression turned serious, and then he nodded. All right. The two of them left. Meanwhile, Nan Litian's voice trembled. I'm willing to learn from you. Yi Xian stopped and glanced at Nan Litian. He didn't say anything, and then he turned around and left with Mo Yunqi. Nan Litian's face was pale. Zhonglan Academy's back mountain. Yi Xian arrived in front of Elder Ji's grave, and he knelt down without any hesitation. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Yi Xian knelt down just like that. From the side, two people walked over slowly. It was Jianji and Bai Zai. The two of them walked to the side and remained silent. At this moment, Yi Xian stood up slowly, and he turned to Mo Yunqi and the other two with a smile. It's been many years. As he spoke, he looked at Mo Yunqi with a complicated expression. The current Mo Yunqi was no longer as frivolous as he used to be. He had become more mature. Bai Zai was still as quiet as before. Jianji was still a foodie, and he was still holding a chicken drumstick in his hand. Mo Yunqi suddenly smiled. Come, let's get together. You cook. Yi Xian laughed. All right. The group arrived at the Zhonglan Academy's kitchen. The kitchen was still the same as before. Looking at the big table and chairs in the kitchen, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, and a sense of familiarity surfaced in his heart. Yi Xian put away the green profound sword and began to cook. Mo Yunqi and the other two helped. Mo Yunqi suddenly said, Bandit Yi, tell us about your experience. Bai Zai suddenly nodded, expressing his agreement. Jianji also looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed. Actually, there's nothing much to say. However, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you about my undefeatable experience. Speaking of which, after leaving the fifth dimension, I was undefeatable. In order to find a stronger opponent, Yi Xian bragged as he cooked, and the more he bragged, the more excited he became. Meanwhile, Mo Yunqi and the others listened with great interest. The outside universe. In fact, they also yearned for it. However, they also knew their own strength. With their current strength, It would be very dangerous to go out and explore. After a long time, Yi Xian cooked a table of dishes, and the four sat around the table. Mo Yunqi looked at Yi Xian. What are your plans next? Yi Xian said. To inherit the family property that my mother left me. Mo Yunqi's expression froze. Yi Xian said again. It's almost a universe. Mo Yunqi threw down his chopsticks. I'm not eating anymore. Bai Zai hesitated, and then said. Can you leave a small world for me? Qingzhou is only this big. Yi Xian looked at Bai Zai, somewhat curious. What do you want to do here? Bai Zai said, herd sheep. Yi Xian's expression froze. Mo Yunqi shook his head and smiled. He herds sheep every day. He has tens of thousands of sheep under him. Yi Xian smiled. Bai Zai, why are you interested in herding sheep? Bai Zai ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and then said, Yes. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. All right, I'll leave it for you. With that, he turned to look at Jianji. And Ji, what about you? Jianji was silent for a moment, and then said, You once said that this is your home, and you will return here in the end, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Jianji looked at Yi Xian. Then I'll wait for you here. Yi Xian was silent for a long time, and then he said, All right. Jianji was slightly stunned, and then he picked up a chicken drumstick and started eating. All right. This was a promise. Yi Xian glanced at the three of them, and then he said, Songlan Academy and the Firmament World have changed greatly since I returned this time. With the current strength of the Firmament World, it will come into contact with the outside world sooner or later. So, all of you must improve your strength. Even though we don't have the intention to dominate the universe, we must have the strength not to be dominated. Mo Yunqi nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. Do you have anything good? Yi Xian nodded. And then he took out a spatial ring and placed it on the table. There are star veins in this spatial ring, and it's very precious. Don't expose too much of it, lest you cause unnecessary trouble. Mo Yunqi took the spatial ring bluntly, and then he said, Anything else? Yi Xian shook his head. Not at the moment. Mo Yunqi nodded. Dry rice. As he spoke, the three of them immediately started eating. Yi Xian laughed, and just as he was about to eat, a lady suddenly appeared outside the kitchen, and it was Nan Litian. Nan Litian looked at Yi Xian, and then he slowly knelt down. Take me as your disciple. Yi Xian looked at Nan Litian, and then he asked, Why should I take you as my disciple? Nan Litian stared at Yi Xian. I won't disgrace you. Nan Litian stared at Yi Xian. I won't disgrace you. Nan Litian fell silent. Not long after, Yi Xian and the other three finished the dishes on the table. Mo Yunqi wiped the rice from the corner of his mouth, and then he smiled. It still tastes the same. I still have some things to take care of. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, and then he turned to look at Bai Zai, and then he gave him a look. Aren't you going to herd the sheep? Obviously, he wanted to give Yi Xian and Jianji a chance to be alone. Bai Zai glanced at Mo Yunqi. It's night time. Why herd the sheep? You idiot. Mo Yunqi stared at Bai Zai. Go herd the sheep. Bai Zai suddenly slammed the table. Mo Yunqi, are you purposely looking for trouble today? Mo Yunqi's expression was extremely ugly. You deserve to be single. You're going to be single for the rest of your life. You idiot. Hearing this, Bai Zai was stunned at first, and then he looked at Yi Xian and Jianji, and then he said, Am I bothering you? Yi Xian. P.S. Ever since I stopped updating, I haven't even gotten a single ticket. As expected, the world of adults is difficult, but it is also realistic. Chapter 2139. In the end, Bai Zai was taken away by Mo Yunqi. Only Yi Xian and Jianji were left in the kitchen. Yi Xian looked at Jianji and smiled. At this moment he recalled the first time he met Jianji. At that time, Jianji was completely naked. Of course Yi Xian was a gentleman. He wouldn't look at what he shouldn't see. Of course he would look at what he should see. Jianji glanced at Yi Xian. What are you thinking about? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. Nothing. As he said that, he walked in front of Jiangji and opened his palm. A saber appeared in his hand. This saber was more than 3 feet long. The body of the saber was dark blue, but the blade was as red as blood. It made people shudder. The handle of the saber was light, and there were 2 words engraved on both sides. Yi and An. Seeing this saber, Jiangji was stunned. Yi Xian said with a smile, I made it especially for you. This saber was forged from the power of countless stars. When you swing the saber, it will be enhanced by the power of the stars. Apart from that, this saber can be used for both offense and defense. When you swing the saber, you can use the protection of love of the stars. Jiangji looked at Yi Xian. Protection of love? Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, That's my protection. Jiangji. Xiaota suddenly said. Tui, young master, you're so shameless. Yi Xian. Jiangji reached out to hold the handle of the saber. It was cold and smooth to the touch. Looking at the saber in his hand, the corners of Jiangji's mouth curled up slightly, especially when she saw the 2 words engraved on the handle. He could tell that she liked it very much. Yi Xian took out another storage ring and handed it to Jiangji. Anji, this is a small gift from me to you. Jiangji looked at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian said with a smile, Look. Jiangji glanced at the storage ring. The next moment she was stunned. The entire storage ring was filled with black scrolls, and there were tens of thousands of them. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that these scrolls contained mental cultivation methods and saber skills of the saber Dao. There were even some divine skills related to the saber. I know you like sabers, so I traveled all over the world to find valuable saber mantras and saber skills for you. Yi Xian said softly. Then she walked to Jiangji and smiled. Do you like it? Jiangji lowered her head and nodded after a long time. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Jiangji's hand. He looked at the calluses between Jiangji's thumb and index finger, and felt a little sorry for her. He said softly, Don't work so hard. If you really can't do it, I'll protect you forever. Jiangji trembled slightly. She lifted her head to look at Yi Xian. A moment later, she suddenly leaned into Yi Xian's arms. Meanwhile, Small Pagoda suddenly said, Young master, didn't big sister Tianming say those words to you just now? Yi Xian. It's none of your business. Xiaota. Jiangji pushed Yi Xian away. Little Jiu is here. Then, she picked up Yi Xian's storage ring and left. Yi Xian turned to look at the door. A woman was standing there. She was wearing silver armor and looked valiant. It was the 9th princess, Jiangjiu. Jiangjiu was much more mature than before. Jiangjiu smiled. I didn't disturb you, did I? Yi Xian laughed and quickly changed the topic. Little Jiu, you've become more and more beautiful. Jiangjiu blinked. Am I as beautiful as Anji? Yi Xian's expression froze. What a deadly question. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm and Xiaota came out. Now in his hand, Yi Xian looked at the small tower and frowned. What the hell are you talking about? Little Jiu is as beautiful as Anji. Do you understand? Xiaota panicked. F***ck young master you. Yi Xian was a little displeased. What do you mean? You're just a stupid tower. You don't know anything. As he spoke, he put away the small pagoda, and then he unfolded the small pagoda. Xiaota. Jiangjiu looked at Yi Xian. What did that tower say? Yi Xian smiled. It said you're very beautiful. Jiangjiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. You're trying to smooth things over. Yi Xian smiled. He was relieved. He had passed this hurdle. Jiangjiu looked at Nan Litian, who was still kneeling outside the door. Aren't you going to accept her? Yi Xian looked at Nan Litian and shook his head. This girl is too arrogant. She needs to be suppressed. Otherwise, she'll have a hard time in the future. Jiangjiu nodded. How long are you going to stay this time? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I'll be leaving soon. Jiangjiu was silent. Yi Xian suddenly walked up to Jiangjiu and smiled. I'll take you somewhere. Jiangjiu looked at Yi Xian. Where? Yi Xian smiled. You'll know soon. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed Jiangjiu's hand, and in the next moment, he and Jiangjiu vanished on the spot. Space-time travel. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and Jiang Jiu landed on the ground. Jiang Jiu slowly opened her eyes. When she saw her surroundings, she was stunned. She and Yi Xian were in a sea of flowers. Mysterious flowers filled their eyes, and they couldn't see the end of them. Countless butterflies fluttered in the sea of flowers. Cranes flew above the sea of flowers from time to time. At this moment, Jiang Jiu felt like she was in a paradise. Jiang Jiu turned to look at Yi Xian. Where is this? Yi Xian smiled. 9 minor realms. 9 minor realms. Jiang Jiu was stunned. Yi Xian looked around and said softly, I've been traveling around and found a quiet place like this. He looked at Jiang Jiu and smiled. Do you like it? Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian. There should be many living beings in this world. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would kill living beings just to please a woman? The spiritual qi in this place was about to dry up. It was me who placed some star veins here. That's why this world can continue to exist. Jiang Jiu nodded. That's good. Yi Xian smiled. Do you like this place? Jiang Jiu smiled. What's your goal in doing all this? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I want to make you happy. Jiang Jiu smiled brilliantly. Do you think I'll be happy? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know. Jiang Jiu shook her head. Anji stays on the mountain all year round and doesn't know the ways of the world. Thus, a few flowery words from you are enough to move her. She looked up at Yi Xian. She might be just one of all the women you have, but you're the only one for her. When a woman is heartless, she's the most ruthless. When a woman is in love, she's the most touching. Yi Xian, don't let her down. Yi Xian nodded. I know. Jiang Jiu smiled. Of course, you treated her like that when you came back this time, because you gave her a promise. That's right. Men. If you like her, then you have to take responsibility. If you don't, then don't leave her hanging. She turned to look at the surroundings and then said softly, You brought me here because you wanted to give me a promise? A promise? Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. The sea of flowers is very beautiful. Thank you for your consideration. Yi Xian smiled. It's good that you like it. Jiang Jiu said softly. Do you still remember the first time we met? Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Jiu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. I especially like that sentence of yours. Only when there's a country, there's a home. Yi Xian fell silent. Jiang Jiu said again. I like that youth from back then. Yi Xian smiled. Little Jiu, do you think I've changed? Jiang Jiu fell silent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the golden saber that Jiang Jiu had gifted him all those years ago appeared in his hand. He looked at Jiang Jiu. Not so long ago, my goal was just to lead a good life with my younger sister. But later I discovered that wanting to live a peaceful life is easier said than done. As he said this, he looked up at the starry sky. Little Jiu, do you know how big this starry sky is? It's infinitely big. In this boundless universe, there are countless powerful forces, and there are many super experts that you can't even imagine. Perhaps you don't know, but there are some people that can make Qingzhou completely disappear from this universe with just a thought. As she said this, she looked at little Jiu. I also want to be that youth from back then. But if I return to being that youth, who will protect Qingzhou? Who will protect you? You like the Yi Xian of the past, but the Yi Xian of the past, he still has to grow up. Little Jiu was silent. Yi Xian said again. The me of the past, the me of the present, it's still me. You have good feelings towards me because of that sentence of mine. Only when there's a country, there's a home. But do you know that right now what I want to protect is not just a country, or a Qingzhou. What I want to protect is the 5th dimension, the 9th dimension, and many, many more. As he said this, he placed the golden blade in little Jiu's hand. Of course, I also understand you. This blade was given to me by you in the past, and I have always kept it close to my body. I know that this is a form of friendship. As you said just now, the reason I came to find you today is to give you a promise. Or perhaps it can be said that this is my declaration of my position. I, Yi Xian, do not like to be secretive. If I like it, then I like it. If I don't like it, then I don't like it. Today, I will return to you the golden blade that you gave me. Little Jiu looked at the golden blade in his hand, silent. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. He placed the spatial ring in Little Jiu's hand. Then he said, "Inside the spatial ring, there are many cultivation items, as well as some military books. Although the current Qingzhou will not have any wars, but I know that you like the art of war. Therefore, in these years outside, I have also collected some. Apart from this, there are also some cultivation techniques and martial techniques that are suitable for you. They should be of help to you." Jiang Jiu was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I have indeed done all this to make you like me. But to like someone, to make them happy, is that wrong? Once when I was young, I did not have anything. Therefore, I could only give you a sincere heart. Now my heart has not changed. But besides a sincere heart, I can also give you even better material things. As long as I have it, I want to give it to you, to make you happy, to make you happy." Jiang Jiu did not speak for a long time. Yi Xian turned his head to look at his surroundings and said softly, "This time, I am going to the profound world, and I do not know if I will live or die. Today we will part. If we are not fated to meet, then we will meet again in the next life." Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young lord, aren't you going to inherit the family property?" Yi Xian said in his heart, "None of your business." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Jiang Jiu's expression suddenly changed. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Little Jiu, I am leaving." Finished speaking, he turned and left. At this time, Little Jiu suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand. She placed the golden blade in Yi Xian's hand, and said softly, "No matter how long it takes, I will wait for your return in Qingzhou. If you do not return, I will definitely follow you." Saying so, she lightly embraced Yi Xian. Xiao Ta. Chapter 2140. Amidst the sea of flowers, the two hugged each other tightly. Yi Xian gazed at the sunset in the distance, his right hand gently caressing Little Nine's back. The paper window between him and Little Nine had finally been pierced through. He had come this time to make a promise to the women he loved. After a long time, Yi Xian and Little Nine left. Little Nine returned to the country of Jiang, while Yi Xian returned to Tsonglan Academy. Mount Azure below. Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young lord, what did Little Nine say to you before we parted? She actually made you smile so lewdly." Yi Xian said indifferently, "None of your business." Xiao Ta. Yi Xian walked up to Nan Litian, who looked up at Yi Xian. "I know I was wrong." Yi Xian smiled. "Get up first." Nan Litian hesitated for a moment, then stood up. Yi Xian sized Nan Litian up. "You like the sword?" Nan Litian nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "What is your purpose in learning the sword?" Nan Litian looked straight at Yi Xian. "My purpose is whatever you want me to do." Yi Xian's expression froze, then he shook his head with a smile. "How about this? You will be our Tsonglan Academy's guardian from now on, okay?" Nan Litian nodded. "Okay." Yi Xian flicked his finger. An array of white light disappeared into Nan Litian's forehead. Boom. Nan Litian's body trembled slightly, and a lot of information appeared in his mind. Yi Xian said, "This is a Sword Dao inheritance. From today onwards, you will be Tsonglan Academy's guardian." With that, he turned and left. At the entrance of the palace, Nan Litian was silent for a long time. Then he turned and left. In the distance, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, aren't you afraid that she will go back on her words?" Yi Xian smiled. "After she cultivates my sword Dao, she will revere me like a god." With that, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in Tuoba Yan's palace. Tuoba Yan stood quietly at the entrance of the palace's great hall. He was still dressed in a dragon robe. His figure was graceful, and his face was beautiful. At this moment, Tuoba Yan turned to look at Yi Xian and rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "I thought you weren't coming back." Yi Xian laughed and said, "How could that be?" As he spoke, he walked over to Tuoba Yan and wrapped his arms around Tuoba Yan's waist. Tuoba Yan buried his head in Yi Xian's chest and said softly, "It's good that you're back." Yi Xian gently caressed Tuoba Yan's silky hair. The two of them hugged each other quietly and did nothing. In the evening, Yi Xian sat in front of the stone steps. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. The sky was filled with stars deep and distant. Tuoba Yin rested her head on Yi Xian's shoulder. Yi Xian suddenly lowered his head to look at Tuoba Yin and said with a smile, "This kind of peaceful life is actually quite good." Tuoba Yin looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "What right do you have to talk about peace when you haven't experienced the peak?" Yi Xian roared with laughter. "That's true. A peaceful life? If a person pursues peace when they haven't experienced the peak, then they would be forced to seek peace instead of pursuing it. Even people like his father and the others are still pursuing it, so what right do I have to talk about peace? If I don't work hard now, then one day, if a great figure suddenly dislikes Azure Prefecture and farts casually, then wouldn't Azure Prefecture be gone? Peace is a form of helplessness most of the time. Work hard." Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, "Yin, I'm going to the mystic world. Are you coming with me?" Tuoba Yin shook his head. "I'll stay here. The outside world is too big, and I'm not used to it." Yi Xian looked at Tuoba Yin and said with a smile, "All right." In any case, he had the green profound sword, so returning to Azure Prefecture was just a matter of an instant. Tuoba Yin suddenly said, "Are we leaving now?" Yi Xian roared with laughter. How could that be possible? As he spoke, he brought Tuoba Yin along and vanished on the spot. At the same time, he tossed Xiaotao into the depths of the starry sky. Xiaotao was speechless. 10 days later, Yi Xian left Azure Prefecture. In the starry sky, Yi Xian opened his palm, and Xiaotao appeared within it. After Yi Xian entered Xiaotao, he started to devour the hearts of the universe that the immortal treasure pavilion had given him. There was a 6th-level heart of the universe amongst the hearts of the universe that the immortal treasure pavilion had given him. It wasn't long before Yi Xian devoured all the remaining hearts of the universe. At this moment, his cultivation was equivalent to the 5th level of the cosmic heart realm. His strength had increased by a lot, especially the green profound sword. After devouring the souls of the demon sex experts, the green profound sword had also greatly improved. Of course, he couldn't ignore Xiaotao now. The current Xiaotao was also very fierce. One person, one tower, one sword. Xiaotao suddenly said, "Young master, are we going to the profound world now?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I still have to go see an old friend." Xiaotao said, "Is it a woman?" Yi Xian said angrily, "None of your business." As he spoke, he disappeared on the spot. Before long, Yi Xian arrived in the 9-dimensional universe. The Undying Emperor clan. As for this Undying Emperor clan that had once fought to the death for Yi Xian, Yi Xian, naturally had never forgotten them. In a small hall somewhere, Yi Xian and Higashi Yasushi sat opposite each other. Higashi Yasushi looked at Yi Xian. "I thought you wouldn't come back." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "This is my home." Home. The Undying Emperor clan was his mother's home. Naturally, it was also Yi Xian's home. After a moment of silence, Higashi Yasushi said, "When are you leaving?" Yi Xian smiled. "Immediately." As he spoke, he opened his palm and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Higashi Yasushi. "Clan leader, there are some star veins and some cultivation resources in this storage ring. There are also some inheritances that are helpful to the Undying Emperor clan." Higashi Yasushi looked at the storage ring. "We feel like we're leeches. We rely on you for everything." Yi Xian shook his head. "We're family. There's no need to say this. If I have it, I'll give it to the Undying Emperor clan. If I don't, there's nothing I can do." After a moment of silence, Higashi Yasushi put away the storage ring and said, "All right." Yi Xian stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, as if he thought of something, he suddenly asked, "Clan leader, the strand of sword chi that I left behind, has anyone broken it?" Higashi Yasushi shook her head. "No one." Yi Xian smiled. "Do you want me to make it weaker?" Higashi Yasushi shook her head. "No need. It's better if it's a little difficult." Yi Xian smiled. "Then clan leader, I'll be leaving." Higashi Yasushi nodded. Yi Xian turned and disappeared. Inside the palace, Higashi Yasushi looked at the storage ring in front of her. After a moment of silence, She shook her head and smiled. This little guy. In the air above the undying emperor clan, Yi Xian looked at the strand of sword qi that he left behind and smiled. Xiao Ta, do you think there's anyone who can break through my strand of sword qi in the future? Xiao Ta said. Definitely. Yi Xian was a little curious. What do you mean? Xiao Ta said. Young lord, you don't seem very powerful now. Your strand of sword qi doesn't have that much of a deterrent force. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again. Of course, if someone can break it, it means that a legend has begun. Yi Xian laughed, turned around and turned into a sword light, disappearing into the horizon. Xian world. Yi Xian's target this time was the Xian realm. Because Southeast had given him so, he directly used the Azure Profound Sword to teleport to the Xian world. As soon as he arrived in the Xian world, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. This person was one of the 4 gods, the left territory guard. The left territory guard bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Young lord, you've been waiting for a long time. Yi Xian smiled. Introduce the Xian world to me. The left territory guard nodded. Young lord, follow me. With that, he led Yi Xian into the distance. On the way, the left territory guard said. The Xian world was opened by the mistress. There are 4 departments. The first is our 4 gods temple. The 4 temple masters are me, the right heavenly Dharma temple master, Xian Weijin temple master, and Nan Weiyang temple master. Under us there are the 8 great pavilions. The 8 great pavilions have 8 pavilion masters. 4 of them are civil and 4 of them are martial. They deal with the internal affairs of the Xian world. Under the 8 pavilions, there are 16 sections. These 16 sects are mainly responsible for implementing some of the policies set by the 8 pavilions. Yi Xian smiled. What rights do I have? The left territory guard shook his head and smiled. Young lord, the entire Xian world is yours. Yi Xian blinked. You'll listen to everything I say, right? The left territory guard nodded. Of course. Yi Xian seemed to think of something and suddenly asked, is that Yang Yan still around? He hadn't forgotten about Yang Yan and Xiao Xijun. He wouldn't believe that Xiao Xijun didn't have someone instructing her to do that. The left territory guard said, Young lord, don't worry. Although the mistress didn't kill her, she definitely wouldn't dare to have evil intentions towards you. Yi Xian smiled. She's mother's adopted daughter? The left territory guard nodded. The reason why she has evil intentions towards you is because she wants the position of young lord. Yi Xian smiled. Let's not talk about her anymore. I still have many things to ask you. Let's talk somewhere else. The left territory guard smiled. Young lord, if you have any questions, you'll have to wait. Yi Xian was puzzled. What's wrong? The left territory guard said. The mistress left something for you. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, You left something for me? The left territory guard nodded. Yes. Young lord, follow me. With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian hurried to follow her. He had to admit that he was a little curious and expectant. What would his mother leave for him? Under the left territory guard's lead, Yi Xian came to a small hall. Not long after, he came to a stone door. The left territory guard bowed slightly. Young lord, go in yourself. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. With that, he took 2 steps forward. The stone door suddenly opened automatically. After Yi Xian entered the stone door, it closed automatically. Yi Xian was stunned. In front of him, there were 3 swords. The 3 swords were very, very ordinary. They were just ordinary iron swords. But, these 3 swords all contained a strand of sword qi. And he was very familiar with this sword qi. It was his father's sword qi. Moreover, this sword qi was different from the sword qi he obtained before. These 3 strands of sword qi all had the aura of a sword spirit. That demon sect leader little demon didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this sword qi. 3 strands of his father's sword qi. Yi Xian's heart warmed slightly. He knew that his mother must have found a way to get it. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He put away the 3 swords. He looked not far away. When he saw something, he was stunned. P.S. Everyone said that a lot of people would disappear while I was writing. It's not that I don't want to, but if I give these people an ending, it will take up a certain amount of space. If I write like this, everyone will think that I'm in the water. There are many people. Jianzizai little 9 the second floor's god, the third floor the ninth floor. Xiao Dao Dao Yi Mu Xiao Dao, Amu, Xiong Ho Yin Bianshan little air many people. If I explain to each of them, don't scold me to death. However, I will still slow down the pace and properly end the book. Chapter 2141. Not far in front of him, there was a battle armor. The battle armor was made up of scales. It was completely black and emitted a cold glow. The moment he saw the battle armor, Yi Xian was excited. Aria's scales. Those were Aria's scales. Yi Xian quickly walked over and gently touched the battle armor. As soon as he touched it, the battle armor turned into a black light and entered his body. Boom. Yi Xian's body trembled violently. The next moment, a thin layer of battle armor appeared around his body. After wearing the battle armor, it was as if it was perfectly integrated with his body. He didn't feel anything at all. Yi Xian slowly clenched his right hand. In an instant, a powerful force quickly gathered in his right arm. Looking at his right hand, Yi Xian's expression changed. He realized that his right hand actually possessed endless power. Aria's power? Yi Xian was a little confused. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, this battle armor was made from Aria's scales." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Did mother peel off Aria's skin?" Xiao Ta said, "How is that possible? This should have fallen off after Aria shed her skin." Yi Xian frowned slightly. Shed her skin. Xiao Ta said, "Yes. Every time Aria leveled up, she would change her skin and scales. These scales on your body should be the scales that she didn't want after she shed her skin. I just don't know when she changed her scales. If it's just recently, then these scales are really awesome. Of course, even if it's before, it's still very scary." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and with a thought, the green profound sword directly slashed at his body. A spark sputtered from his body. Yi Xian looked at his chest. On the scale armor on his chest, there was a shallow sword mark, but it quickly healed itself. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly lifted. Awesome. Aria is still awesome. Although he didn't use his full strength in that slash just now, that was the green profound sword. Of course, it didn't mean that the green profound sword was useless. In fact, whether it was Xiao Ta or the battle armor, the green profound sword could break them. It just wouldn't be that easy. In fact, the most terrifying thing about the scale armor wasn't its defense, but the powerful strength it contained. That strength was definitely related to Aria. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Aria's body was also a treasure. Meanwhile, Tiny Pagoda suddenly said, "Young master, there's a spatial ring before you." Yi Xian looked in front of him. There was a black ring where the armor used to be. The ring looked a little weird. It was shaped like a monster, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, as if it was going to swallow someone. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He picked up the storage ring and examined it carefully. Soon he discovered that there were 2 words on the ring: mysterious ring. Of the ring. Yi Xian scanned it with his divine sense, and he noticed that it was a normal ring. It wasn't an abstruse ring. Yi Xian looked at the ring again, and then he said, "Abstruse ring? Xiao Ta, what ring do you think it is?" Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "There's nothing inside, so it means that it's a ring that symbolizes identity." Yi Xian frowned. A ring that symbolizes identity. Symbolizes the identity of the young master of the dark world? That shouldn't be the case. I'm already the young master of the dark world. Isn't it unnecessary for me to keep this ring? Xiao Ta said casually. Perhaps it symbolizes another identity. Yi Xian and Xiao Ta were stunned when they heard this. Symbolizes another identity. Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that I have another identity? Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young master, I think that you're going to walk further and further down the path of King Kaoshan. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. Although mistress's strength isn't particularly powerful, she has master by her side. Moreover, mistress's IQ is extraordinary. She just has to make use of it a little, and she'll be able to create many powerful forces. My goodness, Previously you relied on father and sister, and now you have to rely on mother. I dare to swear on Master's life that Mistress must have created a force that's even more powerful than the abstruse world. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Mother, Xiao Ta said in a low voice. Young Master, what do you think? Yi Xian put away the abstruse world and said with a smile. I naturally can't refuse Mother's kind intentions, but I still have to rely on myself. These were his heartfelt words. Rather than relying on sister, father, or mother, he might as well rely on himself. His own strength was the way of the king. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts. He looked around, and after making sure that he didn't miss anything, he turned around and left. After coming out, Yi Xian saw the Left Realm Secretary. The Left Realm Secretary bowed slightly. Young Master. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, How many hearts of the universe do we have? The Left Realm Secretary smiled and said, Young Master needs these hearts of the universe? Yi Xian nodded. The Left Realm Secretary thought for a moment, and then said, I haven't paid attention to it, but I can check it immediately. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Yi Xian walked out of the main hall, and he glanced at the distant horizon, where several white clouds were floating. Abstruse world. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This was his own world. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly waved his right hand, and Shen Zhao and the other demon beasts were released. At this moment, Shen Zhao had reached the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. It had to be said that this speed was quite terrifying. Of course, it was also related to the star veins that Xiao Ta had given her. Moreover, Yi Xian had given her some hearts of the universe to devour. Shen Zhao glanced at Yi Xian, and then said, Young Master, do you have any instructions for me? Yi Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, Young Master? Shen Zhao blinked. You are my young master. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Good heavens, this woman is really smart. She directly became young master. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. How could he not understand what Shen Zhao meant? Shen Zhao obviously wanted to keep following him. Actually, this was normal. After all, what realm was Shen Zhao at before following him? The 2nd level of the Eternity Heart Realm. And after following him, she directly became the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Most importantly, her future was bright. Now Yi Xian not only had a terrifying and heaven-defying cultivation place like Xiao Ta, but he was also the young master of the mystic world. Damn, wouldn't it be good to follow him? Shen Zhao had lived for so many years, and she could be considered to have seen through some things. Humans. Of course, hard work was important, but one had to suck up to this thigh. If one sucked up to this thigh, one would struggle for many years less. Most of the time, a person's achievements depended partly on their own hard work, but it also depended on who they followed. Yi Xian smiled. Didn't you say that you would never accept a master? Shen Zhao was silent for a moment, and then she said, Unless you take care of me. Yi Xian was speechless. Shen Zhao bowed slightly to Yi Xian. I am willing to serve you. Yi Xian smiled. I will ask the Left Territory Division to make arrangements for you. Shen Zhao nodded. All right. However, his expression turned gloomy. Actually, what she wanted the most was to follow Yi Xian, live in Yi Xian's Xiao Ta, and drink Yi Xian's blood. But she knew that it was impossible. Value. She could no longer help Yi Xian. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Xiao Ta had said to her. It was really a prophecy. If they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps, they would be eliminated in the end. After making arrangements for Shen Zhao and the other demon beasts, Yi Xian came to the mystical hall. This mystical hall was a place for meetings in the mystic world. Just as he arrived, a woman appeared in front of him. The person who came was one of the 4 gods, Nan Weiyang. Nan Weiyang bowed slightly to Yi Xian, Young Master. Yi Xian said softly, Can you tell me about this realm system? Nan Weiyang nodded. Of course. Yi Xian smiled. What realm is after the 6th level of the Eternal Heart Realm? Nan Weiyang said, Sacred Heart Realm. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Sacred Heart? Nan Weiyang nodded. After condensing the heart of the universe and reaching a certain level, the heart of the universe can undergo a qualitative change. which is the Sacred Heart Realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Tell me about this Sacred Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang said, the Sacred Heart Realm is also known as the True Sage. Reaching the True Sage means that one has completely refined the power of the universe that they have devoured. This kind of expert possesses the true power of the universe. Speaking up to here, she paused and then said, Eternal Heart Realm experts are like a good piece of iron that hasn't been forged. We need to constantly temper it with raging flames, remove the impurities in our body, and then hammer it with a heavy hammer. This process is repeated over and over again. After thousands of tempering, only then can it become a peerless divine sword. Yi Xian asked, the difference between the Sacred Heart Realm and the Eternal Heart Realm is the power of the universe? Nan Weiyang shook her head. Not just the power of the universe, but also the power of the mind. Those who have reached the Sacred Heart Realm are all people with tenacious wills. When their heart of the universe changes, their divine soul and mind will also undergo a qualitative change. According to what I know, some Sacred Heart Realm experts will condense their mind and divine soul power together, breaking through the barriers of the billions of dimensions of the universe, directly merging their mind and divine soul power into the void and primal chaos outside many worlds, analyzing the origin of the primal chaos, tempering their own mind, and then comprehending how the primal chaos gives birth to worlds, from which they can break through realms. Yi Xian looked at Nan Weiyang. You just said that according to what you know, you are not at the Sacred Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang smiled faintly. No. Yi Xian frowned slightly. How is that possible? Your strength far surpasses the 6th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. Nan Weiyang laughed lightly. No, strictly speaking, we 4 God Realm experts can only be considered half-step true sages. Speaking up to here, she paused and then said, in the profound world, only Mistress has a true Sacred Heart Realm. No, Mistress might not only have a Sacred Heart Realm. In addition, there is also the Demon Sect Master. He also had a Sacred Heart Realm. Demon Sect little girl. Yi Xian was silent. He had to say that the little demon was very terrifying. Unfortunately, this little girl first encountered his father's sword Qi, and then encountered Qing, himself. If it wasn't for his father's sword Qi and Qing, even these profound world experts might not be the little demon's opponent. After all, she had received help from Arya and Little White. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, that profound ring appearing in his hand. Weiyang, have you seen this ring before? Nan Weiyang glanced at the profound ring in Yi Xian's hand. She shook her head. I have never seen it before. Never seen it before. Yi Xian looked at the profound ring in his hand, shook his head and smiled. Why did mother leave this ring for him? Could it be that there was some family property waiting for him to inherit? Thinking of this, a feeling of helplessness arose in Yi Xian's heart. Who could understand this kind of pain? Chapter 2142. Sacred Heart State. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started cultivating like a madman every day. Unlimited resources. Unlimited time. No enemies at the moment. If he didn't cultivate now, when would he? His goal was the Sacred Heart State. He had devoured quite a lot of the heart of the universe. Although he was only at the 5th level, he could continuously temper his heart of the universe. The cultivation method of the Sacred Heart State was actually very simple. It was to constantly temper one's heart of the universe, allowing oneself to completely absorb the power of the heart of the universe, and then use it for oneself. Realm. Actually, he didn't walk the path of cultivation. But now, he realized that he could learn and use the path of cultivation as a reference. Just like a martial arts master, before he created a new sect, he would definitely learn the strengths of hundreds of sects. Who could create a new sect out of nothing? The process of tempering the heart of the universe could be said to be quite painful. Just like Nan Weiyang said, it was like forging iron. It needed to be tempered thousands of times. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of suffering. Back when he cultivated his body, what kind of suffering hadn't he experienced? Inside Xiaota, there was no time to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Of course, to the outside, it was only 10 days. 100 years of cultivation caused Yi Xian to look a little older. The current him was no longer as sharp as before, he was more reserved. At this time, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, have you reached the Sacred Heart state?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Xiaota, in your heart, am I very bad?" "Xiaota." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he opened his palm and suddenly clenched it. Boom. A powerful force suddenly condensed in his body. The power of the universe. 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to temper his heart of the universe to the extreme, which was the Sacred Heart state. Yi Xian shifted his consciousness. His divine consciousness traveled through countless space-time worlds in an instant. In the end, it arrived in a chaotic area. When he had entered this chaotic area, he was shocked to find his divine consciousness was able to absorb a mysterious power from it. The power of chaos? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly resounded from the depths of the chaos. "How dare you? Which little saint are you? You actually dare to pry into the chaotic force of my mystic sword immortal sect? Are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of sword light suddenly slashed out from the depths of the chaos. In the profound world, Yi Xian frowned slightly and quickly withdrew his divine sense. He had just reached the Sacred Heart realm, so he wasn't proficient in using his divine sense. Thus, he didn't choose to face his opponent head-on. Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. He frowned. That chaotic realm had been occupied? Besides that, what the hell is the profound sword immortal sect? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He left Xiaota and found Nan Weiyang. "Weiyang, tell me about the universe you know." He felt that there was a need to understand the background of the universe. Nan Weiyang said in a deep voice, 10 billion light-years away from here, there is a universe called the Observation Universe. This universe is one of the more advanced martial arts civilizations that we know of. As for their strength, we don't know much because we don't have much contact with them. The Observation Universe. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Then do you know about the profound sword immortal sect? Nan Weiyang frowned slightly. The profound sword immortal sect? Yi Xian nodded. Nan Weiyang shook her head. I've never heard of it. Yi Xian fell silent. Obviously, Nan Weiyang and the others were probably unable to come into contact with the chaotic world. Meanwhile, the Left Territory Minister suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, and he bowed slightly. Young Master, Miss South Envoy of Immortal Treasure Pavilion has arrived. South Envoy. Yi Xian smiled. Quickly invite her in. The Left Territory Minister left, and it wasn't long before South Envoy appeared in front of Yi Xian and Nan Weiyang. She was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian, and then she said, "You seem to be slightly different." Yi Xian smiled. "How am I different?" She fell silent for a short moment before she said, "Has your strength improved?" A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. After all, he'd concealed his aura, but he hadn't expected that South Envoy would actually be able to sense it. Meanwhile, South Envoy suddenly said, "Let's get down to business. I need your help." Yi Xian gazed at her. "What's wrong?" She spoke solemnly. "My Immortal Treasure Pavilion has encountered a problem." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "A problem?" She nodded, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, "Is it convenient for you to head to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's main branch with me?" Yi Xian nodded. "Sure." Nan Weiyang said, "Young Master, we'll go with you." Yi Xian shook his head. "There's no need." She suddenly said, "Why not?" As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Go. Everyone go. Everyone from the dark world will go. The more the better." Yi Xian was speechless. Nan Weiyang glanced at South Envoy and said, "Miss South, has something major happened to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion?" South Envoy smiled. "It's nothing major. I just want all of you to go have some fun. Really, there's no other meaning." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "As if I'd believe you." As he spoke seriously. "What exactly has happened?" South Envoy fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "We obtained a divine artifact earlier, and it was extremely precious. But it was lost." They want us to pay for it. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. You can't afford it? South Envoy nodded. We can, but they don't want us to pay for it, and they want us to return it. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why did they lose it? South Envoy smiled. What do you think? Yi Xian spoke solemnly. They want to make a move against all of you. South Envoy nodded. Yi Xian was a little surprised. Your immortal treasure pavilion is not weaker than the demon sect, who would dare to make a move against you. South Envoy smiled. This is a bit complicated. Strictly speaking, it's my own matter, and I want to ask for your help. Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but South Envoy said, Can we talk on the way? Yi Xian nodded. Okay, then let's go. South Envoy glanced at Nan Weiyang. That Xian world. Yi Xian smiled. I'll go with you first. If we can't solve it, we'll call for help, okay? South Envoy hesitated, and then said, Young Master Yi, there may be a conflict. Are you sure? Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. Do you have no confidence in me? South Envoy glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, I'm worried about your safety. Yi Xian. At this time, Nan Weiyang suddenly said, Young Master, for your safety, we must go with you. Saying that, she turned her head. Tu Chun. As soon as the voice fell, a man appeared behind Yi Xian. It was the leader of the God Slayers, and behind him, there were 15 people. Nan Weiyang said in a deep voice, From today onwards, you must not leave young master's side. Tu Chun nodded slightly. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Actually, I'm not weak. Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian. I know. Young master's divine power is unparalleled in the world. We follow young master. There's no other meaning, just to serve young master. Young master, don't think too much. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. South Envoy hesitated, and then said, Young Master Yi, we really don't mean anything else. Don't think too much. Really, we never thought you were weak. You are still young. There is still a lot of room for growth. Take your time. Yi Xian's expression froze. Just like that, Yi Xian was escorted to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion by the experts of the mystic world. The headquarters of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was in Universe Gazer. Of course, the strength of the mystic world was at the top even in Universe Gazer. This was also the reason why South Envoy came to him for help. This time, Yi Xian brought 4 God Slayers and 16 God Slayers. They were all the top experts of the mystic world. The rest stayed in the mystic world. After all, the mystic world was very big. It needed people to guard it. On the way, South Envoy walked to Yi Xian, and then said, You said that when you see your sister, you will ask her to forge a sword for me. Why didn't you tell her? Yi Xian's expression froze. He had actually forgotten about this matter. South Envoy looked at Yi Xian, and then blinked. Did you forget? Yi Xian smiled, and then said, This, South Envoy suddenly said. Later, you will accompany me in a play. Then I will forgive you. Yi Xian asked, What play? South Envoy smiled. You will know when the time comes. Yi Xian was speechless. This woman. She still knows how to keep me in suspense. Not long after, Yi Xian and the others arrived at Universe Gazer. As soon as they arrived, Yi Xian saw countless starships in the Milky Way. These starships were very large. Some were even tens of thousands of meters long. South Envoy smiled. These are the starships of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion, specially responsible for transportation. Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. Transportation. South Envoy nodded slightly. We sell things, receive things, and also transport things as long as you need. We can help you transport anything. We can do it anywhere in the universe. Not only is it safe, but it is also reliable. We can even pay on delivery. Speaking of this, she glanced at the starships. This is founded by the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master said, This is called free wind delivery. Just this alone brings us tens of billions of star vein income every year. Yi Xian's expression froze. Tens of billions of star vein? Is it tens of billions? Were star veins so worthless? At this time, Xiaotao suddenly said, Young lord, don't be shocked. The rich people are far beyond your imagination. Some rich people's meal money. An ordinary rogue cultivator may not earn in a lifetime. Yi Xian was silent. He had to say, Xiaotao's words made sense. Some circles, If you have not been in contact with them, you will never know how terrifying they are. South Envoy led everyone forward. At this time, Yi Xian and the others suddenly stopped. He and the Xian world powerhouses looked into the distance. There was an old man cultivating there. In front of him, there was a huge light screen. He was explaining how to cultivate and so on. It was very detailed. Yi Xian looked at South Envoy. South Envoy smiled. He is projecting live. Let me tell you, don't underestimate him. A half-step Saint Heart powerhouse like him can earn at least a few hundred star veins a month. Of course, half of his income will go to us. You see his light screen? That is not an ordinary light screen. That small light screen at least tens of thousands of universes. In other words, tens of thousands of cultivators in tens of thousands of universes can see him cultivating directly. At this time, the old man in the distance seemed to encounter something. He suddenly became excited. He immediately stood up, tidied up his clothes, then bowed deeply. This old man thanks Brother Zhang for the 100 star veins reward. Brother Zhang is very generous. Everyone. P.S. Thanks to Zongheng Bookfriend 59278520, Alliance Master Reward. Because of your reward, this monthly income will exceed 5,000. There are also many reward readers. Thank you everyone for your support. Right, wait for my next big burst. Chapter 2143. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian and the others had strange expressions. It can be done like this? Yi Xian turned to look at Southern Envoy. Miss Southern Envoy, this Southern Envoy smiled. You think it's incredible? Yi Xian nodded. A bit. Southern Envoy smiled. Actually, when this method of making money was first proposed, we all thought it was incredible and hard to understand. But later we found that anyone who is willing to try it is now rich. Saying this, she shook her head and smiled. I really don't know where the Pavilion Master got so many wonderful ideas. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Southern Envoy, is your Pavilion Master a woman? Southern Envoy looked at Yi Xian, a bit surprised. How do you know? Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said, I guessed. Southern Envoy smiled. Then your guess is really accurate. The Pavilion Master is indeed a woman, moreover, a strange woman. Saying this, she led Yi Xian and the others forward. Along the way, Yi Xian constantly looked around. It has to be said that this universe is indeed different from other universes. There are many strange things. This reminded him of a person. Ninth. That woman from the Milky Way galaxy. Back then, number 9 had also brought many strange things with him. Could it be that this Pavilion Master is the same as Ninth, also from the Milky Way galaxy? Yi Xian was a little curious about the owner of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, Southern Envoy brought Yi Xian and the others to the Immortal Treasure Jia. This is a relatively central place of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Only some people with real power can come here. The Immortal Treasure Jia is not big, but it is very beautiful. There are 7 small islands in the Immortal Treasure Jia. The small islands are located in the center of the Immortal Treasure Jia. And around the 7 islands is Endless Sea. The 7 islands are Dubhi Merak, Fekta Migres Alioth Mizar, and Alcade. There are no luxurious buildings on the islands. Each island only has a few very simple thatched huts, simple to the extreme. Although simple, it is very elegant. Ambassador Nan brought Yi Xian to Alcade Island, because she was the island lord of Alcade Island. Ambassador Nan led Yi Xian into a thatched hut. She and Yi Xian sat opposite each other while Nan Weiyang and the others waited outside. The southern emissary said solemnly, This matter is rather troublesome. Yi Xian laughed and said, Who are you and who are I? If you have something to say, just say it. If not for Southern Envoy supporting him that day, perhaps he, Yi Xian, would already be dead. As a person, it was natural to know how to be grateful. The southern emissary glanced at Yi Xian and said, Allow me to tell you about the Immortal Treasure Pavilion first. There are 7 islands within the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and the 7 islands represent the 7 island masters. Practically all matters within the pavilion are decided by the 7 island masters. Yi Xian frowned. Don't you have a pavilion master? The southern emissary smiled bitterly. The pavilion master basically doesn't care about matters. Or rather, she doesn't care about small matters. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Isn't she afraid that the immortal treasure pavilion will escape her control?" The southern emissary looked at Yi Xian and said, "No one would dare to do that. In the immortal treasure pavilion, she is like a god." Yi Xian picked up the spirit tea in front of him and took a sip. Then he said, "Southern emissary, you should tell me about the trouble you encountered first." The southern emissary hesitated for a moment and said, "Didn't I bring many people to support you? And then many people were sacrificed." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The people in the immortal treasure pavilion blame you." The southern emissary nodded slightly. "A lot of experts were sacrificed. Moreover, I'm suspected of being forcefully dragged into worldly grievances. Now several island masters who aren't on good terms with me are impeaching me. If it was just impeachment, I wouldn't be afraid. After all, this is an internal matter, and I have a few teammates. But the problem is that they joined forces with outsiders to target me." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Joined forces with outsiders?" The southern emissary nodded. "Not long ago, my man received a divine object. My man fell into a trap. After he took the god item, it mysteriously disappeared. Now the other party is asking me to return the god item." Yi Xian looked at the southern emissary. "Can't afford it?" The southern emissary shook her head and smiled. "If I can, I naturally can. But the problem is that the divine object can't be measured with money." Yi Xian was a bit curious. "What divine object is it?" The southern emissary said in a deep voice, "An ancient divine artifact used to observe the universe, the divine observing mirror. In the history of the universe, there are 3 great ancient divine artifacts, and this divine observing mirror is one of them. This item can't be measured with money." At this point, she shook her head slightly. "When my man received this item, he didn't know it was the divine observing mirror. Therefore, he received it at a relatively low price. But now the other party doesn't want compensation, as long as we return this item." As she said this, her expression gradually became serious. "I investigated and found out that the other party is from the Immortal Dao Temple." Yi Xian asked, "This Immortal Dao Temple is?" The southern emissary explained, "Do you know why this universe is called the Observing Universe?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Because of this Immortal Dao Temple?" The southern emissary nodded. "The Immortal Dao Temple used to be the super overlord of this universe. Although it later weakened, it is still not to be underestimated." Yi Xian asked, "How is the Immortal Dao Temple compared to your celestial treasure pavilion?" The southern emissary smiled. "If you talk about influence, they are definitely not as good as us. If we talk about strength, we are not weaker than them. Otherwise, we can't establish a foothold here. In fact, when the pavilion master came to this world, she wanted to establish the celestial treasure pavilion here. But to do so, she needed the approval of the Immortal Dao Temple. After that, the pavilion master went to the Immortal Dao Temple. I don't know what they talked about, but after the pavilion master came out, the celestial treasure pavilion was established. Not only that, the Immortal Dao Temple's temple master personally came to give a gift." Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "In other words, someone in the celestial treasure pavilion is colluding with the Immortal Dao Temple to mess with you?" The southern emissary nodded. "Yes. After I found out that the other party was the Immortal Dao Temple, I felt that something was wrong, so I immediately went to find you." Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "What do you want me to do? Destroy the Immortal Dao Temple?" The southern emissary looked at Yi Xian. "Are you serious?" Yi Xian smiled. "Do I look like I'm joking?" The southern emissary hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Young Master Yi, you and I can be considered friends. I'll say a few words from the bottom of my heart, but you might not like to hear them." Yi Xian said with a smile. "Go ahead." The southern emissary said in a deep voice, "I know that your background is not simple, but you have to understand the principle that there will always be someone better than you, just like the demon sect. Before they met you, they felt that they were invincible, but in the end, they provoked someone they shouldn't have, and then they were annihilated." At this point, she glanced at Yi Xian. and then she said, "You're not angry, right?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not angry, you're right." The southern emissary nodded slightly. "I didn't ask you to help me fight this time. I just wanted you to cheer for me. After all, you're the person I chose, and you're also a super VIP of my immortal treasure pavilion. Moreover, you have the Xian world behind you. If you stand on my side, then no matter if it's the immortal treasure pavilion or the immortal Dao temple, they will all have misgivings." Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "As a super VIP, did I only obtain the approval of your island, or?" The southern emissary smiled. "Don't worry about that. As a VIP, you have obtained the approval of my entire immortal treasure pavilion. They might target me, but they absolutely wouldn't dare to target you. At least not openly. Because the mysterious heaven token was personally made by the pavilion master. And it has a spirit. If it feels uncomfortable, it will reject you. But it didn't reject you, so what does that mean?" "It means that your identity has been approved by the pavilion master." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Actually, he now understood why the southern emissary protected him so desperately. Perhaps it wasn't because of the green profound sword, but because she trusted the pavilion master. Of course, no matter the reason. This favor was something that Yi Xian would remember for the rest of his life. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared outside the house, and she bowed slightly. "Island Master, the Island Master and the young Master of the Immortal Dao Temple are here." The southern emissary's eyes narrowed slightly. "They don't want to wait." As she spoke, she looked outside the house. "Invite them in." Yi Xian looked at the southern emissary. "The Island Master is your enemy?" The southern emissary smiled. "You can say that." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." The southern emissary looked at Yi Xian. "Don't make a move, or it will be very troublesome." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I like to win people over with virtue." The southern emissary was speechless. At this moment, an old man and a young man walked into the house. They were the Island Master and the young Master of the Immortal Dao Temple, Xian Yun. As soon as the Island Master entered, his gaze descended onto Yi Xian, and then he glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "This is young Master Yi?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Tian Xian cupped his fists and smiled brightly, and he was extremely enthusiastic. "Young Master Yi, I've heard a lot about you." Yi Xian smiled. "You're too kind, Island Master." Tian Xian was about to speak, but Xian Yun suddenly smiled. "Island Master, let's get down to business first." Tian Xian nodded slightly, and then he looked at the southern emissary. "South emissary, the 3 days are up. Did you find the divine observation mirror?" The southern emissary thought for a moment, and then he looked at Xian Yun and smiled. "Young Master, as far as I know, there's no enmity between us. Why do you have to do this to me?" Xian Yun blinked. "Southern emissary, I don't understand what you're talking about." The southern emissary smiled. "We're both smart people, so let's get straight to the point." Xian Yun smiled. "I really don't know what you're talking about, Island Master Southern Emissary. You should know the value of the divine observation mirror. I left it here with you, and I was going to use you to auction it, but now it's gone. Speaking of which, Island Master Southern Emissary, you didn't embezzle it, did you?" The southern emissary stared at Xian Yun and did not speak. At this time, Xian Yun smiled again. "Of course, Miss Southern Emissary will definitely not embezzle it. Since you didn't embezzle it, then return it to me." The southern emissary fell silent. Xian Yun suddenly said seriously, "Southern Emissary, you should know my feelings for you. If you're willing to promise me, then I'll give you the divine observation mirror." Hearing this, the southern emissary frowned deeply. At this time Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Brother, is this how you chase girls?" Xian Yun suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian, smiled and said, "Do you have a family?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Xian Yun smiled. "Who treats you the best?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he smiled. "My sister." Xian Yun looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Then you can notify her now and ask her to come and collect your corpse." Chapter 2144. Arrogant. not just an ordinary kind of arrogance. However, Yi Xian wasn't angry at all. He looked at Xian Yun and said seriously, "I'm a coward. Don't scare me." Xian Yun smiled lightly and maintained his elegant demeanor. He sat at the side and crossed his legs. After that, he picked up the teacup unhurriedly and said with a smile, "Kill him. Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Wang's expression changed and she was about to stand up. However, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed her hand. Nan Wang looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled lightly, "Rest." Nan Wang glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Meanwhile, Xian Yun frowned slightly. "What are you waiting for?" He wasn't talking to anyone. There was still no response. Xian Yun's expression instantly turned gloomy when he saw this, and he was about to flare up. Meanwhile, Tu Chen suddenly walked slowly into the hall, and he held 2 bloody heads in his hands. Xian Yun's expression instantly changed when he saw the 2 bloody heads. They were his people. Tu Chen threw the 2 bloody heads in front of Xian Yun, and then he stared at Xian Yun. As long as Yi Xian gave the order, Tu Chen would immediately attack. Xian Yun suddenly looked at Yi Xian and narrowed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tian Xian glanced at him with a trace of warning in his eyes. Xian Yun's expression immediately returned to normal, and he smiled. "Brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding." He immediately admitted defeat. Tianxian Island Lord hurriedly smiled as well. "It's a misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, it's a misunderstanding." Yi Xian blinked. "A misunderstanding?" As he spoke, he looked at Xian Yun and smiled. "This young master Xian Yun wanted to kill me just now." Xian Yun looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Tianxian hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi, it's really a misunderstanding. Young Master Xian Yun isn't here to target young Master Yi." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Targeting the southern envoy is the same as targeting me." Hearing this, Tianxuan's expression froze, and then gradually turned cold. Ambassador Nen glanced at Yi Xian, and her heart warmed. At the side, Xian Yun looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "In that case, young Master Yi is going to return the divine observation mirror for Southern Ambassador." Yi Xian suddenly looked at Xian Yun and said, "Do you know why you are still alive after acting tough in front of me?" Xian Yun's eyes narrowed. "Why? Does Brother Yi want to kill me?" "Huh." Beside Yi Xian, Ambassador Nan looked at Yi Xian and shook his head. She also wanted to kill Xian Yun, but she couldn't because she was the one in the wrong. Moreover, if she killed the young monastery master of the Celestial Cloud Monastery here, it would have a negative impact. The other island masters would not stand on her side. Yi Xian turned to look at Ambassador Nan. "Do you trust me?" Ambassador Nan hesitated, and then said, "I'm worried about you." Yi Xian was speechless. This woman's answer was really King good. Yi Xian lightly patted Ambassador Nan's hand, and then said, "Leave it to me. Don't worry about anything, the sky is falling. I'll hold it." Ambassador Nan stared at Yi Xian. "What if you can't hold it?" Yi Xian's face darkened. "I thought you would be touched." Ambassador Nan rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "You and I are friends. You are willing to risk your life for a friend. This is a matter of course. Why would I be touched? If I am touched, wouldn't that be an insult to our pure friendship?" Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xian Yun suddenly said coldly, "Are you two done flirting?" Ambassador Nan looked at Xian Yun. "Young Master Xian Yun, it's not that I don't know about your friendship. It's just that I, Ambassador Nan, am focused on the Tao and am not in the mood for love. I know that the divine observation mirror is still in your hands. Let's end this matter here. What do you think?" Xian Yun stared coldly at Ambassador Nan. "How am I inferior to him? In terms of status, I am the young master of the immortal Tao Temple. My future is limitless. In terms of strength, I am ranked 5th on the God list. But what about him? I'm afraid he can't even enter the God list. In terms of looks..." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. Damn, he suddenly realized that this Yi Xian was quite handsome. In terms of looks, he couldn't compare. Yi Xian smiled. "What about in terms of looks?" Xian Yun said sarcastically. "What's the use of looks? In this world, strength and family background are what matters. Let me ask you, Do you have an illustrious family background? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Young master, if you talk like this, then I feel that it's meaningless. Xian Yin sneered. Meaningless? Do you know? Tianxian couldn't help but remind him. Young master Xian Yin. Young master Yi is the young master of the mystic world, and his background can be considered illustrious. Xian Yun's expression froze when he heard this. The mystic world. He'd heard of it, but he didn't know much about it. After all, it was quite far from here. Meanwhile, Ambassador Nan said abruptly, Young Master Xian Yin, I still have the same opinion. Can we let this matter go? Xian Yun stared fixedly at Ambassador Nan. I can let it go, but you have to return the divine observation mirror to me. Ambassador Nan thought for a moment, and then said, Didn't you ask me how I'm inferior to young Master Yi? Then I'll answer you now. He's very big and very hard. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Tu Chen, who'd always been silent, couldn't help but glance at Ambassador Nan. And then he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's mind was buzzing. Fuck. Why did she suddenly get in the car? Xian Yun's expression suddenly became ferocious. Woman, I'll make living worse than death for you. As he spoke, he charged directly at Ambassador Nan. At this moment, he was infuriated to the point his mind wasn't normal. Tianxian's expression instantly changed when he saw Xian Yun suddenly attack. After all, this was the immortal artifact pavilion, so it might not be a big deal if Xian Yun attacked Yi Xian here. Even though Yi Xian was a distinguished guest, he wasn't a member of the immortal artifact pavilion in the end. If he killed Yi Xian, then Tianxian could casually find an excuse to make the immortal temple and the mystic world fight to the death. However, Ambassador Nan was different. She was a member of the immortal artifact pavilion. Once Xian Yun attacked her, then it would be equivalent to looking down upon the immortal artifact pavilion. Even though there was internal strife within the immortal artifact pavilion, once Xian Yun attacked Ambassador Nan, then he would have to stand on her side regardless of whether he was willing or not. When he thought up to here, Tianxian suddenly came to a realization. Damn it. She's infuriating Xian Yun on purpose. Tianxian wanted to stop her, but it was too late because Tu Chen had suddenly vanished on the spot. Chi. Xian Yun suddenly stopped in place, and a stream of blood spurted from his throat. In an instant, his head directly fell from his neck, and blood soared into the sky. Dead. On the side, Tianxian was petrified. This is serious. At this time, Ambassador Nan walked in front of Xian Yun. She opened her palm, and Xian Yun's storage ring appeared in her hand. She glanced at it, and the next moment, an ancient mirror appeared in front of her. Ambassador Nan looked at Tianxian and blinked. Island Lord Tianxian, look, this God-observing mirror is in his hand. Tianxian's expression was somewhat ugly. Ambassador Nan said seriously, Island Lord Tianxian, I think you definitely don't know about this. You must have been deceived by him, right? After a moment of silence, Tianxian said, Of course. Ambassador Nan said again, Island Lord Tianxian, just now Xian Yun took the initiative to attack me. You saw it with your own eyes, right? Tianxian looked at Ambassador Nan. Yes. Ambassador Nan smiled slightly, her smile was bright. After a moment of silence, Tianxian suddenly smiled. Island Lord Tianxian, good scheming. This time the old man lost. But, after saying that, he glanced at Yi Xian. Old man can see that young Master Yi is sincere to you, but you did this. Haha, this has nothing to do with the old man, goodbye. After saying that, he turned and left. The smile on Ambassador Nan's face gradually disappeared. On the side, Yi Xian looked at Xian Yun's corpse on the ground, shook his head and smiled. His smile was somewhat self-deprecating. In fact, this was a trap set by Ambassador Nan. And he, Yi Xian, was just a pawn in this game. Ambassador Nan already knew that Xian Yun would not give up, so she deliberately set such a trap. And the word she said just now was naturally to deliberately provoke this brainless Xian Yun. As soon as Xian Yun made a move, she knew that her people would definitely attack. Who killed Xian Yun? She killed him. In short, her trouble was completely solved. Not only was it solved, but she also obtained the God-observing mirror. Most importantly, she didn't have any trouble, because she was killed by Yi Xian. Moreover, even if the immortal Taoist temple came to find trouble with her, she was not afraid, because the island masters of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would definitely stand on her side. In short, this time, not only did she solve her own trouble, she also obtained benefits. At this moment, Ambassador Nan turned to look at Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "Are you angry?" Looking at the innocent and pure face of Ambassador Nan, Yi Xian suddenly fell into a trance. Ambassador Nan lowered her head slightly and said softly, "I'm sorry." Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, this woman is not simple, you should not play with her." Yi Xian looked at Ambassador Nan in front of him and said with a smile, "What are you apologizing for? You helped me in the past, not to mention using me, even if you sold me. This favor, I will return it to you." Hearing this, Ambassador Nan's right hand trembled slightly. Return the favor. When Yi Xian first came, he did not do it to return the favor, but he really treated her as a friend. But now, he said he was returning the favor. Yi Xian's voice was still so gentle, and his smile was still so bright, but she knew that they were estranged. At this moment, Ambassador Nan suddenly regretted. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "I might have some trouble, so I won't stay here. Island Lord Nan, we will meet again." Then he walked out with Tu Chen. Ambassador Nan suddenly asked, "Are you angry?" Yi Xian left the house without looking back. After leaving the house, Yi Xian directly led everyone out of the immortal treasure world. Somewhere in the sky, Yi Xian stopped. He looked up into the distance and said softly, "I treat her as a friend. When I came here, I thought that even if I have to become enemies with the whole universe, I will protect her." As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. "Small pagoda, I suddenly noticed something. All along the way, I've gotten to know many women, and I suddenly noticed that if it wasn't for my father and Qing, do you think they would give a damn about me?" Xiao Ta was silent for a long time. "Young master, your question is like a rich second generation asking a woman in the secular world, 'Are you following me for my money?' The answer is definitely yes." Saying this, he hesitated and then said, "Young master, it's not that I want to hurt you, but the reason why Ambassador Nan chose you was not because of you, but because of me, Xiao Ta. He took a fancy to me, Xiao Ta, and then for my sake he chose you, Yi Xian." P.S. Yesterday there was a plot related to the Milky Way. Many readers are cursing. Don't worry, the only sword will not write a plot related to the Milky Way. The plot related to the Milky Way will only appear in the chapters or in the next book. Here, it can only be regarded as a foreshadowing. As for the end of the book, don't ask. Just like the sword domain, maybe one day it will suddenly be finished, and no one will expect it. Chapter 2145. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened when he heard Xiao Ta. "Damn it. I really want to smash this damned pagoda." Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke abruptly. "Young master, don't worry about this. We've already repaid the debt, so we're even. If I'm not wrong, then the immortal Taoist temple will definitely come looking for trouble with you. Prepare for battle. Don't worry, I'll be the vanguard this time. With Xiao Ta here, I guarantee that nothing bad will happen to you." Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, a woman walked over slowly from afar. The woman wore a blue dress, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She seemed very quiet and elegant. Yi Xian frowned slightly. She wouldn't be from the immortal Taoist temple, right? Tu Chen spoke abruptly. "Stop." The woman smiled. "Young Master Yi, I'm Shui Yan, the island master of Mizar Island." "Island master?" Yi Xian gazed at Shui Yan. "Is something the matter?" Shui Yan grinned. "Young Master Yi, I'm aware of what happened earlier. I came here to remind you that you possess the profound heaven token. So long as you don't leave my immortal treasure world, then we have the responsibility to protect you." Yi Xian smiled. "What if they attack my immortal treasure world?" Shui Yan fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "Then we're powerless to do anything. We can only protect you." Yi Xian nodded. I appreciate Miss Shui Yan's good intentions. Shui Yan glanced at Yi Xian, and then she said, Young Master Yi, take care. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Shui Yan, why did you come to warn me? Shui Yan smiled. Young Master Yi, what do you think of the master of Southern Angel Island? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, She has unique insight and is extremely intelligent. Shui Yan nodded. Indeed. Unfortunately, she's too intelligent. Yi Xian looked at Shui Yan. Shui Yan faintly smiled. She looks harmless on the surface, but in reality, no one in my Celestial Treasure Pavilion can compare to her in terms of scheming. The reason why Island Lord Tianxian is targeting her is because she has gone too far. Yi Xian smiled and said, Island Master Shui Yan, why are you telling me this? Shui Yan faintly smiled. I just want to remind young Master Yi that this matter is only the beginning and not the end. Yi Xian frowned. Shui Yan continued. Now that Xian Yun is dead, the immortal Taoist faction will definitely not let this matter rest. Yi Xian said solemnly. She wants our profound world to fight with the immortal Taoist temple. Shui Yan nodded. Yi Xian was puzzled. What's in it for her? Just as Shui Yan was about to speak, she suddenly turned her head. The sound of a bell came from the distant immortal treasure world. Seeing this, Shui Yan frowned slightly. Yi Xian asked, What's the matter? Shui Yan said solemnly, The immortal bell has rung. All island masters must rush over immediately. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian and said, Let's go back to the previous topic. Young Master Yi, do you know why she used you? Yi Xian smiled and said, Tell me about it. Shui Yan's lips curled up slightly. Her wisdom is unparalleled, but she made a huge mistake. She underestimated young Master Yi's wisdom. Perhaps in the beginning, young Master Yi was like Xian Yun in her heart, a brainless second generation. However, she never expected that young Master Yi was also a smart person. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. Young Master Yi, you treat her as a friend, but she treats you as a wooden club. As she spoke, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian looked at the disappearing Shui Yan and shook his head with a smile. This immortal treasure pavilion is really interesting. The internal strife has actually reached such a degree. At the side, Nan Weiyang said solemnly, Young Master, we have to leave Universe Observatory. Yi Xian shook his head. It's too late. Nan Weiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then South Envoy. Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't be angry. The reason she chose me from the beginning was very clear. Now that we have returned the favor, we are even. Nan Weiyang nodded slightly. Yi Xian said softly, If I'm not wrong, the experts of Immortal Taoist Temple should be on their way. Under normal circumstances, Immortal Taoist Temple would not become her chess piece. In other words, if Immortal Taoist Temple targets me. At this point, she narrowed her eyes. If the Immortal Taoist Temple is targeting me, then there's only one explanation. The one who's truly allied with the Immortal Taoist Temple isn't Tianxian, but South Envoy. Xian Yun is just a sacrifice. Nan Weiyang said solemnly, Will Immortal Taoist Temple fight us to the death? Yi Xian nodded. I'm afraid they will. Nan Weiyang frowned. Why? Yi Xian said solemnly, If I'm not wrong, she must have revealed my Azure Profound Sword and Xiaota to Immortal Taoist Temple. Nan Weiyang frowned. I don't understand. She has seen the terrifying strength of Mistress and young Master's sister. Yi Xian suddenly said, Immortal Taoist Temple has not seen it. In other words, she not only plotted against us but also Immortal Taoist Temple. Moreover, it is the kind of plotting against Immortal Taoist Temple. Hearing this, Nan Weiyang's face instantly turned cold. Isn't she afraid that we will kill her? Yi Xian shook his head. She is not afraid. Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled and said, Because we owe her a favor. Moreover, she has not taken the initiative to attack us. How can we kill her? Nan Weiyang's face became more and more ugly. Yi Xian said softly, Not only us and Immortal Taoist Temple, if I am not wrong, Immortal Treasure Pavilion is also within her calculations. She is plotting something big. Nan Weiyang said solemnly, You may know a person's face but not their heart. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Now we have a headache because this is an overt plot. Just watch. When Immortal Taoist Temple arrives, they will definitely attack us like mad dogs. On the surface, they will take revenge for Xianyun, but in reality, they want to devour my sword and Xiao Ta, as well as our entire Xian world. After all, we did not bring many people this time. Nan Weiyang looked at Yi Xian. Young master, must we follow this woman's script? Yi Xian was silent for a long time, then said, Yes. Yes. Hearing this, he suddenly felt a trace of helplessness in his heart. This Nanshi's overt plot was impossible to break. Yi Xian suddenly looked into the distance. Not far from the horizon, a powerful aura swept over. Obviously, the experts of Immortal Taoist Temple had arrived. Nan Weiyang hesitated for a moment, and then she said, I hope young master is wrong. Yi Xian smiled. I hope so. Meanwhile, a few dozen people appeared in front of Yi Xian's group. The person in the lead was an old man who held a walking stick, and he wore a green Taoist robe. There were 12 black-robed figures behind him, and all of them actually possessed half-step saint hearts. They didn't possess saint hearts. Even in this universe, a sacred heart was in existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Nan Weiyang gazed at the old man in the lead and spoke in a low voice. Your Excellency, about this. The old man spoke abruptly. Kill. Leave no one alive. Leave no one alive. Not a single one. His attitude was very clear. Nan Weiyang's expression instantly turned cold when she witnessed this scene. Obviously, Yi Xian was completely right. As soon as the voice of the old man with a walking stick faded away, the experts behind him immediately dashed toward Yi Xian and the others. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Nan Weiyang's eyes. Protect the young master. As soon as she finished speaking, the 16 god slayers behind Yi Xian suddenly dashed out. As soon as they dashed out, several shrill screams rang out in the distance. Yi Xian was quite shocked as he gazed at Tu Chun and the others. Tu Chun and the others were only at the half-step Saint Heart, but their combat strength was extraordinarily terrifying. Among the 4 gods, other than Nan Weiyang, the other 3 gods also rushed over. They were crushed. Even though Yi Xian's group didn't have an advantage in numbers, their combat strength was able to crush the old man's group. Of course, this was normal. After all the experts he'd brought with him were the strongest experts of the Dark World. Whereas the experts of the Immortal Taoist Temple that the old man had brought with him were definitely not the best. The old man with the walking stick was stunned. They're that strong? Did Nan Weiyang give us the wrong information? As he thought about this, the Immortal Taoist Temple had lost over 10 experts, and more were falling incessantly. They weren't a match for them at all. The old man with the walking stick hurriedly said, Stop! However, Tu Chun and the others didn't stop. Not only did they not stop, but they even sped up. The old man with the walking stick suddenly shouted fiercely, How dare you! As he spoke, he suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. Obviously, he wanted to capture the leader first. Yi Xian gazed silently at the old man with the walking stick from afar. Right at this moment, an afterimage suddenly flashed in front of Yi Xian. In the next moment, the old man with the walking stick in the distance was directly slashed and sent flying several thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, a cold light directly flashed through his throat. Hiss! The old man's head shot up into the sky while blood sprayed out like a fountain. It was an extremely shocking scene. Instant kill. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the distance. There stood 2 black-clothed men with daggers in their hands. It was these 2 black-clothed men who'd attacked just now. Yi Xian frowned slightly. These 2 black-clothed men weren't the 16 god-slayers, nor were they the 4 god-slayers. Most importantly, even though they weren't at the Sacred Heart Realm, they still made him feel slightly dangerous. After all, he was at the Sacred Heart Realm, yet they were actually able to make him feel slightly dangerous. The 2 black-clothed men suddenly put away their daggers, and then they bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at them. Who are you? One of them said in a hoarse voice, Heavenly punishment, earthly destruction. Heavenly punishment? Earthly destruction? Yi Xian gazed at Nan Weiyang. Nan Weiyang hesitated for a moment before she said, I don't know. Yi Xian gazed at Tu Chen, and Tu Chen shook his head. I don't know. I don't know any of them. Yi Xian looked at the two black-clothed men again. At this time, one of them bowed respectfully again. We are only responsible to Mistress. Outsiders don't know us. Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. You've been following me? The black-clothed man nodded. Mistress has instructed us to follow young master at all times to ensure young master's safety. Yi Xian was silent. These two had been following him for so long. Yet he hadn't noticed them. Yi Xian suddenly said, Xiao Ta, didn't you sense them? Xiao Ta smiled proudly. Young master, you're too narrow-minded. With my current strength, do I need to care about these petty tricks? I, Xiao Ta, am never a show-off. In one sentence, I'm indifferent to life and death. If you can't accept it, then fight. Yi Xian. Chapter 2146. Yi Xian was speechless. Since Qing had transformed Xiao Ta, he'd become so arrogant that he almost didn't recognize himself. He was truly unable to figure out how Xiao Ta had become so flashy. Meanwhile, the situation had become completely one-sided with the addition of Heaven's Might and Earthen Annihilation. The experts of the temple didn't even have a chance to flee, and they'd been annihilated in less than an instant. Of course, Yi Xian didn't stand by idly, and he immediately put away the cores of the universe. Moreover, he utilized the green profound sword to absorb the souls of all the experts of the temple. These souls were simply great nourishment to the green profound sword. However, it was very difficult for the green profound sword to improve right now unless it devoured even stronger souls like those at the Sacred Heart Realm. Something worthy of mentioning was that not a single person on Yi Xian's side had perished. They'd been completely crushed. Tu Chen walked slowly over to Yi Xian, and then he opened his palm to reveal a pile of spatial rings. Young master, the spoils of the battle. Yi Xian glanced at the spatial rings and smiled. I'll keep those cores of the universe. All of you keep these. Tu Chen shook his head. They belong to you, young master. Yi Xian glanced at Tu Chen and the others, and he was slightly curious. Why are all of you so loyal to me? Tu Chen replied, You're the young master. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Why are all of you so loyal to my mother? Tu Chen hesitated for a moment before he said, Mistress saved my 16 brothers. Not only that, she even gave us cultivation techniques and cultivation resources. If it wasn't for her, my 16 brothers would have died all those years ago. Yi Xian gazed at Nan Weiyang. What about all of you? Nan Weiyang grinned. She gave us a new lease on life. If it wasn't for her, then not to mention attaining the half-step Sacred Heart, we wouldn't even be able to attain the 6th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly. I understand. He knew that these people in front of him had received kindness from him. And the reason they respected him so much was actually because of his mother. Of course, he wouldn't mind it in the slightest. Yi Xian glanced at the storage rings in Tu Chen's hand and said, You can keep them. Tu Chen was somewhat hesitant. Yi Xian smiled and said, This is an order. Tu Chen didn't hesitate any longer when he heard this, and he immediately accepted the spatial rings. Yi Xian looked at Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer. Aside from him, the strongest was Sky's Retribution and Earth's Destroyer. These two assassins must have been carefully trained by his mother. Yi Xian looked at the two of them. Other than the two of you, is there anyone else secretly protecting me? God's Retribution hesitated and said, There is one. Yi Xian asked with a smile. God's Retribution said in a low voice, Evil arrival. Yi Xian frowned. Evil advent? Sky's Retribution nodded. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, Is it a man or a woman? Sky's Retribution shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian gazed at Sky's Retribution. Sky's Retribution hesitated for a moment and said, I only heard Madam mention it once. As for whether it's a man or a woman, we don't know. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, he thought of the spatial ring in Xiao Ta's possession. Perhaps it was because his mother had almost caused him to die. and she hadn't been with him when he was young. So, she felt guilty in her heart, and she wanted to make it up to him like crazy. When he thought up to here, Yixian shook his head and smiled, and his heart felt warm. Meanwhile, Nan Weiyang suddenly said, "Young master, what should we do now?" Yixian smiled and said, "Let's go to the temple and talk." Nan Weiyang was slightly hesitant. "Young master, can we talk?" Yixian chuckled lightly and said, "After so many of them died, they should be able to calm down a bit. Let's go." As he spoke, all of them left. As for Sky's retribution and Earth's destroyer, they hid themselves once more. Not long after Yixian and the others left, a woman suddenly appeared here. This woman was South Envoy. South Envoy looked at the distant horizon in silence. Meanwhile, the Immortal Ambassador and the Left Envoy appeared by her side. The Immortal Ambassador hesitated for a moment and said, "Island Lord." At this point, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Vice Pavilion Lord. Vice Pavilion Lord." At this moment, South Envoy had been promoted from Island Lord to Vice Pavilion Lord, and her status in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was only second to the mysterious Pavilion Lord. It could be said that she was truly below one and above all. South Envoy chuckled and said, "Do you think the Immortal Tao Temple will talk to them?" The Immortal Ambassador nodded and said, "They will." South Envoy smiled and said, "Go on." The Immortal Ambassador said in a low voice, "Young Master Yi isn't an ordinary person, and he possesses a terrifying force that isn't inferior to the Immortal Tao Temple. If the Immortal Tao Temple chooses not to talk, then it will be a mutual destruction, and they will absolutely not go down with him." The Left Envoy nodded slightly and said, "Immortal Ambassador's words make sense. The Immortal Tao Temple doesn't have the courage to go down with them. Moreover, the Temple Lord of the Immortal Tao Temple definitely knows that we tricked them, and now they—" At this point he didn't continue. South Envoy said softly, "You're wrong." The two of them looked at South Envoy. South Envoy chuckled and said, "Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. But unfortunately you've underestimated the Immortal Tao Temple. You've greatly underestimated them." The Immortal Ambassador frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean?" South Envoy smiled and said, "Perhaps even now, the two of you are still wondering why young Master Yi has such a terrifying expert behind him, and why I still schemed against him and became enemies with him, right?" The Immortal Ambassador and the Left Envoy nodded. How terrifying was the woman in the plain dress. Even thinking about it now, they still felt their scalps tingle. That was a godlike person. South Envoy looked into the distance and said softly, "Some of the rules of this world are unfair, and we don't have the ability to break these unfair rules, but the person behind him can. I want to use him to break those unfair rules." Hearing this, the two of them understood. The Southern Envoy wanted to borrow the power of the force behind Yixian. The Immortal Ambassador suddenly said, "Deputy Pavilion Lord, the Pavilion Lord. Is this the Pavilion Lord's intention?" "Pavilion Lord." South Envoy was slightly stunned and then said softly, "If she was willing, why would I need to borrow young Master Ye's hand? The Pavilion Lord. She's not interested in these things. Now, she might have even forgotten about us. It's been more than 1,000 years. I haven't seen her for more than 1,000 years, and I haven't received her orders. Has she returned to her hometown that she's been longing for?" The Immortal Ambassador and the Immortal Ambassador were silent. Pavilion Lord. They had never seen this mysterious Pavilion Lord before. Some people might not believe it if they said it out. Only the 7 Pavilion Lords had seen her, but now, even the 7 Pavilion Lords had not seen the Pavilion Lord for a long time. South Envoy suddenly said, "Tell them to immediately recall all the experts outside." After saying that, she turned and left. 2 hours ago, after Island Lord Shuiyan parted ways with Yixian, she returned to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The 6 Island Lords gathered. Only South Envoy was left. The 6 of them sat facing each other in silence. At this time, a woman slowly walked into the hall. The 6 of them turned around to look at her. It was South Envoy. South Envoy walked over to the seat of the Lord of the main hall, and sat down. The expressions of the other 6 Island Lords changed slightly when they saw this. That was the position of Island Lord. South Envoy suddenly said. From this moment onward, I'm the Vice Pavilion Lord of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. From today onward, besides the Pavilion Lord, everything I say goes. As she spoke, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the 6 of them. The expressions of the other 6 changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Saint Heart Realm. This is the Saint Heart Realm. A true saint? South Envoy has actually attained the true saint realm? Meanwhile, South Envoy suddenly glanced at them and said, Who agrees and who objects? The hall was deathly silent. Yi Xian led the group to the immortal world. The immortal world was much larger than the immortal treasure pavilion. As soon as Yi Xian and the others entered the immortal world, a few dozen powerful divine senses enveloped them. Subsequently, the space before Yi Xian and the others suddenly split open. And then a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk walked out slowly. This man was the temple lord of the immortal Dao Temple, Vast Immortal. Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian with a calm expression and said, Young Master Yi, are you here to annihilate my immortal Dao Temple? Yi Xian immediately frowned when he heard this. Judging from his attitude, it doesn't seem like he wants to negotiate. At this moment, he knew that he'd made a mistake. Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian and said, Really? Yi Xian smiled and said, Temple Lord Vast Immortal, I'm really quite curious. With your intelligence, you should know that this is a trap set up by South Envoy. Vast Immortal's expression was calm as he said, You're wrong. It's a trap set up by both of us. However, she concealed the true strength of you and the Xian world. Of course, that's because I was too careless. Yi Xian frowned slightly and said, In order to set up this trap, you even caused your son to die? Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian and said, He's just a disappointing son. It doesn't matter if he's dead. I still have a few hundred sons. What's wrong with that? Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his father was already very benevolent and righteous. Although his father also caused trouble for him, he didn't cause him to die. His father was not as good as the best, but he was better than the worst. Yi Xian recollected his thoughts and said, What exactly are you planning? Vast Immortal looked at Yi Xian and said, You have 2 godly items on you. One is a godly sword. This sword can ignore any space and time, and is extremely sharp. The other is Xiaota. The time inside is different from the time outside. In other words, 10 years inside is equivalent to 1 day outside, right? Yi Xian fell silent. He was not surprised. After all, he had always used the green profound sword, and he had given it to South Envoy before. As for Xiaota, although South Envoy had never entered Xiaota, other beasts had entered Xiaota. For example, Shun Zhao and others, and even earlier. With South Envoy's influence, it wasn't difficult for him to investigate this. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly laughed and said, His target is me. Young master, he said that his target is me. Ha! Today I, Xiaota, will destroy this immortal Dao Temple. Even 3 swords won't be able to protect them. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaota rushed out of Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian. P.S. The smell of the ticket. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.